Good morning. And it is wonderful to have all y'all here today. We've got a wonderful, wonderful crowd. Let's start this off with prayer. Jimmy Hill. He is the Assistant Director at the House of Faith. If you would come up, please. Stand as you are able, and he will start us off in prayer. Good morning.
Morning. If you please join me. Father, we thank you for this morning. God, I thank you for just all that are in attendance here. God, the community that is represented. God, thank you for what you have done in this community, what you are doing in this community, Father of San Angelo. We pray for like-mindedness this morning as we go along, Father, that you would be with those who are being rewarded and honored and recognized. So, Father, we do commit this time to you, and we turn our eyes and our ears towards you. Give us ears to hear, eyes to see, and a heart to trust. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. And now, Araceli Mesa, would you please come forward? Good morning. She will help us with our pledge this morning. Are you ready? Here's our flag. You get us started, please, ma'am.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And our Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God,
indivisible.
one and indivisible.
Thank you so very much. Did you get a picture? Thank you. And if you would bring your choir up, please. I went out to Glenn Junior High on Veterans Day. They had a real nice little celebration. And the 8th grade girls choir sang the national anthem while I was there. And it takes quite a lot to make a grizzled old mayor's eyes tear up, but these girls did it. I was impressed with them. So I've asked them to come in this morning and to sing our national anthem for us. And then they have one other song that they will sing for us. So, girls, we're glad to have you. You're on, ma'am.
I don't sit for the national anthem. Can we stand?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you very much. You may all sit. We thought it would be very interesting to do something that we do when we go to UIL. And when we go to UIL, we do sing songs. But the other half of it is that we sight read. And we are put into a sight reading room after we're done with our concert part. And when we go into that sight reading room, we are handed a piece of music that we have never seen before, and we are expected to sight read it. And so it's very interesting, the whole process, and we thought we would show you just a glimpse of what we do when we go into that sight reading room. So if you guys would pass these out, get into part 1 and part 2. Pass these out. Pass these out. I'm going to have those. Each note of the scale is given a syllable. And what we do is we do do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, just like the song from The Sound of Music. And our first note in a key is do. And we use hand we're going to start this. 1, 2, ready, and go. Do, mi, sol, 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 fa, mi. Re, mi, fa, mi, fa, mi. Do, mi, sol, 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 fa, mi. Re, do, si, la, re, do. Do, mi, sol, mi, sol, do, si, Okay, let's go ahead and finish it. Here we go, ladies. And do, mi, sol, 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 fa, mi. Re, mi, fa, mi, fa, mi. Do, mi, sol, 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 fa, mi. Yeah. So that gives you an idea of what goes on in that sight reading room when we go to UIL. And this year we're going to get ones again. So thank you for having us. And Mayor, we would love for you to have an official Blend Flyer shirt. It's an XL. That'll work. Oh, yeah. Thank you all very much.
Anthony, we want to get where do you want us for a picture?
You guys want to pass those?
Pretty impressed with eighth grade.
Teacher obviously loves it. That's a big,
I guess I was just holding my breath on those high notes.
I'm always blown away when a teacher cares like that, and you can see it. It's,
Yeah.
you know, wow, what a great thing.
Get your exit.
Thanks, y'all. Y'all come back to class now. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is an example of what we do with our children in the San Angelo Independent School District. And I'm very proud of each and every one of them. Thank you. And following along with that, with their SAISD School District, I have a proclamation that I would like to read. School Board, come forward and let me read this. Dr. Bonds, if you haven't already retired, I want you to. We're going to miss you. Dr. Bonds announced retirement last night. I think it happens in August of 15. We're going to miss you. Let me read this proclamation, then I'll give it to Lanny, and then you've got the floor to make whatever speech you want to make. It says the mission of public schools is to meet the diverse educational needs of all children and to empower them to become competent, productive contributors to a democratic society and to an ever-changing world. Local school board members are committed to children and believe all children can be successful, lifelong learners, and that the best education is tailored to the individual needs of each child. Local school board members work closely with parents, educational professionals, and other community members to create the educational vision we want for our students. Local school board members are responsible for ensuring the structure that provides a solid foundation for our school system. Local school board members are strong advocates for public education and are responsible for communicating the needs of the school district to the public and the public's expectations to the district. Therefore, I, Dwayne Morrison, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, on behalf of the City Council, declare our appreciation to the members of the San Angelo Independent School Board and proclaim the month of January 2015 as School Board Recognition Month in San Angelo, Texas, and urge all citizens to join us in recognizing the dedication and hard work of local school board members and in working with them to mold an education system that meets the needs of both today's and tomorrow's children. Mr. Lang. Thank you, sir. Here's your proclamation, and there's your microphone.
Yeah, I don't have a speech prepared, but I do want to recognize the rest of our board team. Amy Mizell Flint. Y'all turn around so everybody can see you. Amy Mizell Flint, Art Hernandez, Max Parker, and Bill Dindal, and then, of course, Gerard Gallegos and Tim Archer are the other members of our board team, and they're not here. I also want to recognize, and I hope I got everybody written down, a number of members of our administrative team who are here. Of course, Dr. Bonds has already been recognized. We have our assistant superintendents, Dr. Jeff Bright. Stand up, Jeff. We also have Shelley Holohan, Shelley, Dr. Carl Detloff. We have some of our executive directors here as well, Steve Gill, Matt Kimball. We have one of our principals here. Thanks for being here. Karen Clark is here. Stand up, Karen. And then we also had Ms. Highsmith, who's our Director of Public Information. So I appreciate that. Obviously, as y'all got a great example of how proud we are of our students, thanks, Ms. DeWar, for being here and bringing your Glenn students to sing for our group here. I don't know very many boards. I've said this. This is my 13th year, I think, to serve on the San Angelo Independent School District's Board of Trustees. I don't know very many boards that are elected boards that have more passion and more unanimity as far as how we approach the school district and how we approach the lives and education of children. We thank Daniel and his team, certainly the City Council, for the opportunities that we have to work with them throughout the year. And it just gives us great pleasure for us to be able to work as a team to make to accomplish the most possible with every student. So we thank y'all for this recognition, Mayor, and we appreciate y'all's recognizing us this morning. Thank you.
Anthony, thank you very much. We appreciate you. Good to see you. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. And now for another highlight of our meeting today, Angelo State Rams football team. Would y'all start filing to the front, please? I have a recognition to read this morning for a group of men that have really, well, they've done everything they could to make our community as proud of them as, and I'm very proud of them. It's what y'all have accomplished this year is phenomenal, and I'm so glad to have y'all here this morning so that we can recognize you and the city can recognize you, and to tell the people what y'all have done for our community. Let me read this, and then I'll present it, and then I want a picture with these guys. The Angelo State Ram football team posted a 9-3 record in 2014, advancing to the NCAA Division II National Playoffs for the first time since 2005. The Rams won their first round game for the first time since 1997. The team advanced to the NCAA Division II playoffs by winning the Lone Star Conference football playoff. ASU finished 25th in the nation in total offense and 16th in the nation in scoring. Therefore, I, Dwayne Morrison, the mayor of the city of San Angelo, on behalf of the city council, do hereby recognize and applaud the Angelo State Ram football team, not only for their outstanding and impressive victories, but also for their commitment to both athletic and academic excellence. Who accepts this? Somebody come forward.
We all do.
Everyone. Who gets to make a speech?
Sean Johnson.
Sean, where's John? Sean.
You guys are so shy.
I know better than that. Hey, you got to get out of the way, Kyle. I'm Sean Johnson. I'm Director of Athletics here at ASU. I just want to thank the City Council and everybody for recognizing our football program. You know, I'm certainly proud of what our guys have done off the field, but I'm equally proud of what they do in the community through community service and what they do in the classroom. We've got a couple of our young men today, actually several that are already college graduates. Graduated in December. We've got a couple that have graduated. They're going to grad school. They're going to be back playing in the fall. So that's our number one goal is graduation. So we're really proud of our guys. I want to recognize our coaching staff as well. They're standing over here, our head coach, Will Wagner, and the rest of his staff. You know, they've done a tremendous job here, and the thing that I'm most proud of is they've built this program the right way. You know, they've brought in quality student athletes, quality young men that do great things and do a great job of representing ASU both on and off the field. So thank you to the City Council for this honor. We greatly appreciate it, and thanks to all the ASU alums and fans in the community. Go Rams.
I don't want to be on the back. I want to be right in the front there.
You'll be all right there. So you guys are going to have to scoot in. You got to act like you like it. Want you guys move in a little bit. Mayor, step forward.
Always get to go to the front.
It's a tall fella.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Brian's out today.
It is now time for the section of our agenda for public comment. Let me read the legalities of this, and then we will allow the public to come forward to the front to address the council and anything you want to talk about. The council takes public comment on all items on the regular agenda. Public input on a regular agenda item will be taken at its appropriate discussion. Public input on an item not on the agenda. I usually cut my microphone off, but I cut it off myself this time. The council may request an item to be placed on a future agenda or for a consent agenda item to be moved to the regular agenda for public comment. On public hearing items, public input will be received on each item immediately following the council discussion prior to any action on the item. Each member of the public should make their remarks from the podium. Begin by stating their name. Remarks by each citizen will be limited to 3 to 5 minutes unless waived by a council member for all speaking on that matter. No individual will be allowed to speak more than once on any one subject until every citizen wishing to comment has done so. I'm now opening up the floor for anyone that is in the audience that wishes to address the council, pro or con, on any item that is not on our regular agenda. If you have a consent item that you would like to pull forward for regular agenda discussion, this is your opportunity. Form a line. Good morning. Identify yourself, and you have 3 to 5, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm Rick Abbott, and I'm with the Lake Nasworthy Homeowners Association. The reason I've come today is we've noticed a pretty good deterioration in the buoys at the lake, and we have formed a safety committee in our association and have gone out and taken some pictures and done some research on buoys and where their placement is and what they say. And what we would like is some leadership from the council to where do we need to go next? Where do we need to come up with the funding? Where do we need to, which departments do we need to go to? But we have a fellow that can make a presentation to the council with some pictures that we've taken at the future date if y'all would like to consider this. And it would be probably, a picture would be worth 1,000 words because there's buoys that are up in the reeds. There's buoys that you cannot read the writing on. And just as buoys on a lake is just like stop signs, do not enter signs in the city. It's a direction for people who don't know anything about it where to go. And I think it's something we really need to address. So what we're looking for at this time is some direction from the council of what do we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
Mayor, and we can take this up with Rika Dixon and Bill Riley, and we'll schedule a meeting, and Shane as well. So we'll schedule a meeting to discuss that and see how, as far as how we can move forward with that.
And let me know, Rick. I'll be glad to put you on the agenda so that you can make your presentation. so that everybody knows what we need to do, and I thank you for coming forward, sir. Thank you very much.
And I, too, just toured the area Saturday all over, and I have trouble reading various, even trash can areas, whether it's a fire can or trash, so it's needed.
You agree?
I agree.
If I don't put it on the agenda, you will?
Shoot you bet.
Okay. Or you will, Fleming? Yes. Okay. We'll get you on the agenda, Rick. We'll get something done. Appreciate you, man. Any other public comment? This is your opportunity. We take compliments as well. If there be no further public comment, then I will open it up to the council. Council, are there any things on the consent agenda that you would like to bring forward to the regular agenda? Do you have any comments that you would like to make? Is there anything you would like to address the city? This is your opportunity. Start with you, Liz.
The only thing I have, Mayor, is we're going to have our first neighborhood chat of the new year on February 2nd, Groundhog Day. Location yet to be determined, but there'll be a press release put out, and Sandra Villarreal is going to be helping us understand what the opportunities are for the use of gray water in the community. So we'll have our usual chat forum, but also she's our featured speaker.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Don, did you have anything, sir?
No, sir.
Charlotte?
Yes, I'd like to pull items 7 and 9 from the consent agenda, just have some questions, and then I have a comment with reference to the school kids and the school board, if I may. Had the opportunity to attend a Pastors in Politics breakfast yesterday. Outstanding event and organization, but the one thing that our new Senator Perry told us at that meeting, and I want to share with you, is the absolute most important election that you can attend or to vote in is your school board, your local school board, because they set the criteria and the curriculum for our schools, and that is so crucial and important, and it's even more important because once it is set by Texas, all other 49 states follow what Texas does in setting that, and I found that very interesting and wanted to share it with the public.
Thank you, ma'am. Items 7 and items 9. Johnny, do you have anything, sir?
Mayor, I do not.
Marty, do you have anything, sir?
No.
Mr. Fleming, do you have anything?
No, sir.
All right. I will now entertain a motion to move acceptance on the consent agenda. This will be items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. 8.
8, yeah.
So if someone would move to accept these, we will.
Move to accept the agenda items as you just called.
Johnny Sells, I accept your motion. Who's going to second it? Who seconded it?
Second.
Elizabeth is second. Do I have further comments from the council on the consent agenda, the items? Do I have comments from the public on any items on the consent agenda under consideration? If not, I will call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that one, Brian. Number 7 is consideration of authorizing the mayor, city manager, or as a designee to enter into a new commercial lease with Hawk Portable Buildings Incorporated for the lease of .0604 acres out of the Emil Hearns Survey number 174, commonly known as 4202 South Bryant Boulevard, being located on the corner of Ben Franklin and South Bryant Boulevard, San Angelo, Tom Green County, and authorizing the mayor, city manager, as designee to execute documents as may be necessary or convenient to the stated purpose. Mr. Dixon, Charlotte, what are your questions, ma'am?
My question is this property the former Red Cross facility?
Yes, ma'am.
There at the Bryant? Okay. For the last, Mr. Valenzuela's very first month here, I hit him up about it, and I doubt that he recalls, but supposedly we had that building under contract for sale at that time. And then I asked about it about a year later, what happened? Well, we've got another contract for sale. My question is why are we leasing it? Why do we not sell this property and get out of the commercial business leasing competition? That's my question to you.
I can't answer that too well, Charlotte. I don't think we've tried selling it. We have a couple of offers that have fell through. I think a lot of it is because of the disrepair of the building. So we're just trying to get somebody in there to we'll get it up to shape, and they'll maintain it, and we'll have somebody in there until something else comes available.
Well, we're putting money in it to get it up to shape, to make it habitable for a leasee to be in there. Why don't we get it up to shape and put it on the market for sale?
That if that's y'all's desire, we can certainly try that.
Rodney?
I agree with Charlotte wholeheartedly on this, and I don't think we have to get it up to shape to get it to sell. I think we can just put it on the market and let some investor come along. That's a very good piece of property right there. It's in a high-traffic intersection, and I think this would, again, I've said this in the past, I don't think we need to be in the leasing business. We need to get rid of these things and get some tax money coming in. And
I don't have a problem with leasing the building as long as it's habitable now, but with the understanding it's going on the market and it will be advertised for sale by the city. I just feel strongly that we've had that piece of property for as long as I've been on the council, and there's no reason for us to be holding a commercial piece of property in that area.
And it's been empty probably for as long as
It's been
you've been
empty the
on.
entire time.
Yeah.
You make a good point. You make a good argument.
We'll try it.
So that's my motion for approval, is to approve the lease, but with the condition in the lease that the building is for sale.
Okay.
And it will be posted as for sale.
We'll get back with the tenants, see if they're agreeable with that, and we'll move that direction.
So if we did sell it, then the tenant knows that he's needs to go somewhere else.
We will let him know that.
Got a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Do I have further council comments on this item? Johnny?
I was approached a number of years ago by one of the animal groups here in town who was interested in that building, so I hope if they're hearing or they hear this conversation, maybe they can step up and let somebody know, let Ricky Dixon or Daniel know that they may be interested in purchasing it. So,
very well.
It's a good motion, Charlotte. Any public comment on this?
One last question.
Yes,
How much is the lease?
$1,200.
Yeah, I couldn't remember seeing it.
It's $1,000 a month.
Yeah, 1,000.
Sell it.
Do I have any further public comment on this item before we call for the vote? If not, I will call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that one, Brian. Number 9 is consideration of adopting a resolution to the City of San Angelo authorizing the mayor to execute a tax resale quitclaim deed conveying all right, title, and interest of the City of San Angelo and all other taxing units interested in the tax foreclosure judgment on tax warrant. Lot 1, Block 2, Broadmoor Edition, suit number C110215, tax $1,500, Galilee Community Development Corporation. Lot 2, Block 2, Broadmoor Edition, suit number D120235, tax $1,500, Galilee Community Development Corporation. C, north half of Lot 6 and west half of Lot 5, Block 74, Miles Edition, suit number C 110183, tax $1,500, Galilee Community Development Corporation. D, S, south one half of Lot 6 and south one half of Lot 1/2, west one half of Lot 5, Block 74, Miles Edition, suit number B 990015T, $1,500 tax, Galilee Community Development Corporation. E, south half of the north half of Block 7, East South Kirby Subdivision, that's ES Kirby Subdivision, suit number C110051, tax $2,303, Hachapa. And F, north half of the south 100 foot of the north 150 foot of the south 783.7 foot of Block 8, ES Kirby Subdivision, suit number B120201, tax $1,958. Hachapa. I do have Cindy Priest standing by. Charlotte, you have the floor.
I realize that this is one of our new normal routine items on tax foreclosure, but my main questions are on A, B, C, and D. Is this not the property that we gave to the Galilee Corporation a few years ago to improve the area for the community block, through the community block grant funds to improve that, and now we're back here taking it back for unpaid taxes? I'm concerned about that, so can you explain to me?
No, ma'am, this is not part of that conveyance that was several years ago. These are properties that the city has held, some of them for a number of years. So they were struck off to the city as trustee, but the city has held several of these for a number of years. The remainder were picked up at the last tax sale, and they have not been recent conveyances from Galilee. So they were vacant lots.
But there's been no movement or intention to build on them since they were picked up at a previous tax sale?
No, ma'am. These were not part of that prior conveyance to Galilee several years ago. I can get you a listing of those properties if you wish.
No, I just would like to have them in the future when this comes up. So it does concern me when we give something that we have to turn around and take them because of non-payment when we give something. So you clarified that for me, so I'll make the motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I'll take Don's second on this. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Do I have further council consideration on this item? Do I have public comment on this item before we vote? I will call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Which moves us to the public and hearing and comment section of our agenda. We will postpone number 11. The proponent for number 11 has asked that we pull this one and to postpone it to a later meeting. So mark your agendas. We will be pulling number 11 and postponing it.
I'm confused.
Number 11.
Yes. On number 11, and the reason that we voted like we did last time was to keep their notification date and things in schedule. If we post that now, that we did for not the last time. So I'm not understanding.
Charlotte, just a request from the proponent to go ahead and pull that. As far as they had certain issues that they need to look into prior to having this presented that they wanted to be comfortable with, so they asked that we pull that item.
And you're correct, Charlotte. If they were to withdraw it totally, then we'd have to go through the whole process again. If we simply postpone it, we will have to re-notify as far as the hearing date. So it'll just require the one re-notification for that new date.
Well, I will tell you the reason for my concern is, we do business in San Angelo, and I just don't want to make this more delaying and an absolute hair-pulling situation for businesses who want to go to San Angelo. That is my concern and my fear. So anything that we can do to assist the proponents in getting this straightened out, I'd like to see the city manager's office work on that.
Charlotte, this is actually nothing that the city did. It's just
I understand.
clarification.
I understand.
But we definitely are working with them to make sure that we get these through as quickly as we can.
Okay.
Okay.
We will take number 10. Rodney, you did say you had one item that you wish to move forward.
I think we may move fast enough to get through it. So
Okay.
if not, I may ask for number 18 to move up before. I have to leave at 3.
Well, we'll go ahead and take the agenda then as it is. If you do see that there is a problem, then ask and we can move your item forward. Number 10 is discussion and consideration of adopting a resolution of City Council acknowledging the considerable public opposition to future developments of frac sand mining, processing, storing, transloading, and transporting operations within the corporate limits of the city, and expressing concern for the potential negative impacts of such developments on health and safety, traffic, property values, and the quality of life for the residents of the community. This has been requested by Councilmember Don Vardaman. I would like to set some ground rules for this before we get into this. This is we are walking a legal line here. The City Council never did have a chance to work on this because our city permit and our city planning department authorized and gave permits for this under existing law. When he took it to TCEQ, he was given a permit under existing TCEQ laws. It never came to City Council. We never had a chance to look at it. We never had a chance to consider it. The opponents of this have challenged with the Zoning Board of Adjustments to challenge the decision that our permit and our planning manager made according to light manufacturing as opposed to heavy manufacturing. This is in the hands of the Zoning Board of Adjustments, and they are the only ones in this city that have any authority to do anything about this. If the Zoning Board of Adjustments, if their decision is not accepted by either party, then it goes to county court for a decision. The City Council can do nothing. We never had the opportunity. We will never have the opportunity. However, Don, realizing from a consensus that was taken of the City Council several months ago when most of us issued a statement saying we were opposed to this sand frac operation going into the part of the city where it is going, Don wanted to make a resolution. Wherever the resolution goes, whatever the decision is made on the resolution, it will simply be a resolution of the San Angelo City Council. It is completely toothless. We have no ability to punish. We have no authority to challenge. It is simply a resolution that 7 members of the City Council will or will not make according to the location of the sand plant location. It is totally and completely in the hands of the Zoning Board of Adjustments, and we are walking a very fine legal line even with the resolution. I will allow public comment before we take our vote. Public comment will be specifically germane to the wording of the agenda item. I will allow you to say I am for the resolution. I will allow you to say I am against the resolution. I will not allow any videos. I will not allow any editorializing. I will not allow any comments, because we will do absolutely nothing that would jeopardize the decision that the Zoning Board of Adjustments will have to make on this. And I'm going to hold tight on this. Before we get into it, do you have a comment, Charlotte?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a question. First of all, I disagree with not allowing comments on this. It's a community item and definitely needs to be heard. But what I'm reading as the agenda item on here, it doesn't specify any specific location or business that is now pending before the ZBA. What it states is, and I don't like the wording on this, by the way. I don't agree with the wording on this at all, and I'll get into that later. But what it states is the considerable public opposition to future development of frac sand mining, processing, storing, transloading, and transportation operation within the corporate limits of the city. That's what we're talking about in this particular item. We are not talking about a current facility proposal such as the one that is before the ZBA. And I feel like we're free to talk about our feelings and free to view any video or hear public comment on the location of any type business. And that's what I understood this to be, not the council making direction or decision on the one before the ZBA. That's my understanding of this item.
Yes.
I need a legal opinion.
Yes, I think you and the mayor are addressing the same point, which is very obvious. The particular development that's scheduled on appeal before the Zoning Board of Adjustment is strictly, as the mayor has said, it's within the purview of the Zoning Board of Adjustment. They're not advisory to the council. Under state law and under our ordinance, which tracks state law, they have the sole authority to make the decision that regarding the opinion that's been appealed. Under rules applicable to the council is not, and under state code, the council is not to address that particular development. This is not the hearing for that. Therefore, your resolution is merely an acknowledgement that you've heard from your members that there's very substantial concern about that type of industry across the board, and it does not respect any particular development. It's extremely important that this council not take any evidence, any statements, any public remarks about a particular development, because again, that is scheduled for public hearing. A process has been established to make sure that all the evidence that anyone might want to present, that they have plenty of time to present it, that the board has plenty of time to look at it, and that process will be followed to the letter to allow
Mr. Suri, I understand that. I understand that totally and agree, but that's not what we're talking about here. You and the mayor is rightfully so making sure that we do not talk about the specific item that is before the ZBA.
Correct.
But we can talk about the type of business as it's pointed out in this. That's what we're wanting to talk about. What concerns me that's in this is in the city limits. I don't see us banning future businesses because we have areas in the city limits that are zoned heavy manufacturing and so forth, and we need clarification. I don't like the way it's worded because I don't want to ban everything, this type of business, from anywhere being around the city, because in the city we have industrial areas, which this would be suitable and appropriate. I don't want to mix the two subjects together here.
Well, the resolution is not about banning anything. It's only about saying that we understand that with this particular interest, concerns have arisen in the community. That's all that it states.
I'm confused, Mayor. I mean,
Yes,
if we're talking about something specific, this was meant to address, I think, just an expression of the council's concern over the number of calls that we've all received on a site.
Right.
We all respect the fact that this is now before the ZBA and should be heard by the ZBA. But even you, when you started your comments, were talking about something he proposed and he was into. So somehow or another, I'm not sure how we go forward. I understand the intent of Mr. Vardaman, but we all seem to be going back to a specific development proposal that we know we're not supposed to be talking about. So like Ms. Farmer's saying, I think we ought to be able to talk about transloading facilities, but not any specific one.
Well, we can hide our head in the sand if we so choose and play like we don't know what this is about. I mean, if that's what y'all want to, we can hide our head, but we know exactly what we're talking about. We know the location. We know the proponents. We know the opponents. We know what we're talking about here. And, you know, we can play these silly games all day long, but that doesn't change the fact we're talking about the sand frac over on Hill Street.
You are.
Let me read the resolution. Let me read the resolution. We've had legal counsel on this. He has said, do not take comment. And I'm going to stick with that. But if it comes to a vote of the council, we'll take it and we'll do whatever the council wills. Let me read the resolution. It's a resolution of the City of San Angelo City Council acknowledging the considerable public opposition to future developments of frac sand mining, processing, storing, transloading, and transporting operations within the cooperative limits of the city and expressing concern for the potential negative impacts of such developments on health and safety, traffic, property values, and the quality of life for residents of the community. At a regular meeting held pursuant to public notice on October 21st, 2014, the City Council heard a presentation by staff, took public comment, and discussed the city zoning ordinances as it relates to a proposed frac sand transloading facility to be developed within the cooperative limits of the city. And whereas at that public meeting, council members and citizens expressed concerns and opposition to the proposed development relating to health and safety, traffic, property values, and quality of life. And whereas since the council meeting held on October 21st, 2014, city residents have contacted individual council members expressing concerns for negative impacts that such developments pose related to health and safety, traffic, property values, and quality of life. And whereas public concern for the potential negative impacts of such developments within the city continue to be expressed among residents in social media and local news media. And whereas the City Council desires to acknowledge the considerable public opposition to future developments of frac sand mining, processing, storing, transloading, and transporting operations within the cooperative cities of the city limits of the city. And whereas the City Council is in the process of reviewing ordinances applicable for the regulation of such developments as may be necessary for public health and safety, now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of San Angelo that the Council for the City of San Angelo acknowledges the considerable public opposition to future developments of frac sand mining, processing, storing, transloading, and transporting operations within the cooperative limits of the city, and determines that it is necessary and in the best interest of the public, including the protection of the public health and safety of the residents of the City of San Angelo, that the Council express its concern for the potential negative impacts of such developments on the health and safety of the community, including impacts directly related to airborne pollution. And at our meeting on October 21st, 2014, we specifically, by address, spoke about this sand area. So it has already been defined, and it is defined in our resolution. You say no. I'm going to call the vote of the council.
No. I'd like to make this easy. I move that we accept the resolution as presented and move on.
I'll second that.
That sounds like a good way to do it. I do have a motion to accept the resolution as it has been read, and we will take comments specifically germane to the resolution as it has been read. It has been defined at the October 21st meeting. The location was defined at the October 21st meeting. The zoning board is considering a specific location This is the one that I will take, and the agenda calls for the resolution. You may comment for, you may comment against. The motion has been made and seconded that we move forward on the resolution as presented.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Then our item is not specific to the address or what it is for the resolution. The resolution, someone tell me the purpose of it the way it's written. Give me the purpose of, if we pass this, what good does it do? What is it? I mean, it's for the entire city.
Councilman Barton. What I originally intended on this thing was to have us show that we're not against business. I personally am not against, and I can't speak for the rest of y'all, I'm not against having frac sand, a frac sand business inside the city limits, like Charlotte said. I just think that it needs to be in the right district, the right zoning district. The one that's in my district now, I have no problem with. It's in a good place. So I don't want this to be construed as this council or myself being against this type of business, because that's not what the intent was at all. What the intent of my resolution was is to come in and answer our citizens that think basically we are doing absolutely nothing, and to point out to them that we're doing what we can do, which is basically nothing at this point. You know, we would love to be able to step out, I think, and talk about this thing. We can't, per our legal staff, per what has been said here. So to me, this was the only way to publicly let our constituents and the citizens of San Angelo know that we were looking at this. We are trying to do the best thing for our citizens and the best thing for San Angelo.
Thank you. And I'm very much against this location, very much against it. And I've said so in the past, and I'm going to vote for the resolution. But I don't want to get this thing out of hand, and I do not want to get our zoning board or our city in a legal mess, and that's exactly what our city attorney has said we will do if we stray from the narrow path on this.
But you're the one that keeps mentioning the location.
The location was mentioned in the October 21st, 2014
I know, but it's
meeting.
not today.
It's not on the agenda
If we have a
as
resolution, as I said, I'm just saying it's confusing.
I read the resolution.
If I'm confused, I'm sure I'm not the only one in the room that's confused as to what we're doing here.
May we just move forward with public comment?
Public comment at this time. Winky?
For the record, my name is H.R. Wardlaw, and also I'm one of the parties appealing the case and decision of Mr. Patrick Howard at the ZBA, which will be heard on February the 2nd. I'm also one of the attorneys representing the group, and I can see the handwriting on the wall here, so I'm going to be brief, but I have to put on record that I'm totally in disagreement with the law of your city attorneys. And let me just point this out. Is this ruling, I know you can't override the ZBA, and the ZBA is going to make the decision themselves, and the ultimate issue is whether or not this location fits within the zoning of light manufacturing, whether it does or doesn't, and they're going to make that decision, and you can't override it. But you can express your opinion, and you kind of have in the past, but I was hoping you would do it in a better way. But let me just point this out for the record. We've all been on the council. You're still on the council. You people all the time go to these board meetings. You go to the Planning Commission, you go to the ZBA, and you express your opinion, and you influence those people. You've done that, Mayor. Mr. Mayor, and I've been with you when you did it. We just had a similar situation in 2013 and 2014 when the city council overrode the planning department on man camps. We took it away from the city planning department, and we took it away from the planning commission, and we rewrote the ordinance, and we stopped the placement of man camps on every vacant lot in the city of San Angelo. So is the city attorney making the legal, giving the legal opinion that you people individually can't go to the
Mr. Wardlow,
ZBA?
I take it you're in agreement with the resolution?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay, you're opposed to it?
Well, I just don't think it helps us any.
Dan, will these arguments be allowed to be made at the Zoning Board of Adjustments meeting? Will they be able to bring their thoughts and their forward? Will they be able to address the ZBA?
Yes, they will be able to, and I think that the ZBA board has already made it very clear to all the interested parties that they're going to accept everything that comes in.
Mr. Wardlaw, it's doing no good for you to sit here and editorialize with us because we cannot make the decision. We can make this resolution. It's toothless. We have no power to enforce it. You can editorialize and you can comment, but you cannot influence us because we have no say-so on this. Well, you will be given your opportunity, and as I stated, you can state I am for the resolution or you can state I am against the resolution. That's all. And I respectfully ask you to, I respectfully ask that you obey what has been said.
Another question, Mayor. At whatever meeting in October, we had a 20-minute presentation by a proponent of a project that we knew we couldn't hear. Why was that appropriate and his speaking isn't? I don't understand this.
It will be addressed at the Zoning Board of Adjustments before a group of people that can hear your arguments on both sides and will then be able to make a decision. We cannot make that decision. We cannot make it.
I would like to just, I'll get out of your hair just about 1 second, but I would like to address Mr. Self's question. I'm neither for it or against it, Marty. I just think that I could propose, which the council's not going to accept here today, I could propose a resolution that would be a lot more effective and solve more problems than what this is doing, because the mayor said this is toothless. It's just a declaration, you know, that you can't do anything. It's almost like a political protection resolution. But Marty, what y'all could do is y'all could pass a resolution interpreting the city zoning ordinance having to do with light manufacturing, which is section 305 and 316, and you could interpret that not to include silica frac sand operations. That obviously would not affect the current ZBA case, but it would affect any other ZBA cases, I mean any other frac sand cases that come up in the future, and we are concerned about that.
You're out of line. You're out of line. I've asked you to, I respectfully ask you to obey. You will not do it. You're continuing to move on further than our agenda item allows. I've told you we can't do anything about this today. I would respectfully ask you once again to sit down.
All right.
Respectfully.
Winky, I think we are working on that for future cases, not for any case that we may be looking at now, but I think that was kind of the.
It's already in the mill, Winky.
I just wanted you to understand that's where we were going.
No, and we. I can't speak for anybody else. I want that for that group and for the city also. I believe that we are going to be moving forward on any other case. The problem was we didn't do it in time to get to any case that's before the ZBA now. But I believe before another one comes up, or I'm hoping before anything else comes up, that we address that issue and we fix the issue.
And I agree with that completely. I want to fix it.
That's what I'm saying. I agree with that.
No, I'm on the same page as you. I can't speak for.
And there's a portion of the resolution that addresses that as well. That last portion where the city council is in the process of reviewing ordinances applicable for the regulation of such developments as may be necessary for public health and safety. And that is an item that will be coming before the city council.
Mayor, to clarify on that item for the public as well, I think attached, not to your item, but Brian said in your background information was the draft that is going to the Planning Commission this month. So it does just that. So that is already in the works. It'll be reviewed by the Planning Commission.
Mayor,
I've got Charlotte first.
Okay. I must be losing my mind, but my question has still not been answered. The resolution as presented before us is specific to the item before the ZBA board. It's very specific to that. And it states in our agenda right here, it states in expressing concern for potential negative impacts of such developments, and that's plural, on health and safety, traffic, property values for life residents of the community. To me, the agenda item is generic for any future business, but yet our resolution is specific to the item before the ZBA. I do not believe that legally these two things go together. The resolution doesn't match the agenda item. That's my complaint.
I agree.
But any future item that anytime one of these comes up again, I disagree, because I think Don was right on this. This will fit in with any of the ones coming in. We do want to make sure that we have the right rules in place, for lack of a better word, and get it going there. So I think this does fit in with the future. It's not saying, Charlotte, that we're going to stop them, which we don't want to stop them, because I agree, the one that's in Don's district now, there's another one that's possibly going to be a second one in Don's district, which I think, is going to work out pretty good up there also. If they're in the right place, they're going to...
But that's not what the wording on the agenda item says. I personally am concerned, like Ms. Farmer, in completely eliminating the chance for any particular industry, which is a legal industry, to be banned from our city limits. It's a risk that someone in this industry takes in building a multi-million-dollar facility. There's really very little risk for the city. The gain is huge in the sense of what this can do for our tax base. We see what's happening in our region. Even though crude prices are low right now, they're probably going to come back, and I have no crystal ball and don't understand the industry at all. But I think we'll be fracking for a while, and I would hope that we are not so short-sighted as to completely eliminate any opportunity for any such developments in the future.
And that wasn't my intent at all.
And I know that wasn't your intent, and if you watch the meeting, we all know that was not your intent. So I agree again with Charlotte. The item itself, the resolution, is specific to a date that ties to a case that we've all agreed we're not talking to or talking about. And yet when you read the agenda item, it specifically prohibits any such fracking type transloading facilities in the city limits. So again, I think this is terribly confusing, and I would support a resolution that did not specifically prohibit any such development within the corporate city limits.
I'd like to point out, though, that as far as the wording itself, if you read it closely, it's just an acknowledgement of the considerable public opposition. It's not stating that the city council in the future will not permit for anything like this within the corporate city limits. It is stating basically that as far as the process of reviewing those ordinances, we will address that at that point. But it is acknowledging that the city council understands that there is considerable public opposition. And that's how I'm reading that as well. When I met with Dan and we kind of reviewed this, it was just an opportunity for the council to acknowledge and say, yes, we do know that there is a lot of concern from the public as far as the public health and safety, and that we want to address that and let the public know that we definitely are looking after your well-being, especially as it pertains moving forward with future ordinances and other proposed facilities within the city limits.
But Mr. Valenzuela, that's not what our agenda item says. Our agenda item is generic for any future, any future.
Let's carry on with public comment. Is there any other public comment on this?
Mayor, can I add something before?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Jesse.
One minute, Jesse.
I wanted to add that, I totally agree with what Winky said about adding those sections that I forgot the numbers of those sections that apply to, what's...
316.
Yes, through 316. What's happening out there already? I'm not even going to name the facility, but I think there's been a misunderstanding, because I think a lot of the citizens almost seem like they seem to think that we as a council have our heads in the sands when we don't. We've been diligently working behind the scenes trying to resolve this, but I think, keep in mind that they have been the greatest advocates. Those folks out there that have made the phone calls to whomever on the opposition or whatever's there. So I'm okay with the resolution. I heard it loud and clear that operations like this don't belong in the city limits, and that's just my opinion, my sole opinion. I don't care whether it's where it's proposed or where it's around the southwest part of town or wherever. Inside the city limits, I don't feel there is a place for such facilities, and so we're trying our best, and we're working behind the scenes trying to get this resolved. And I just wanted to throw that in there.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. I'll just start. Well, I really don't know what my comments should be or not be.
Your comment, Jesse, is I'm for the resolution or I'm against it.
Well, I don't even understand the resolution to have an opinion on whether I'm for it or against it. But, you know, even after the ZBA board meeting meets next month, this issue has created more questions and more concerns. And I've heard comments about let's move forward, and I'm all for that. I do want to move forward and upward. But the best way to do that, Mr. Mayor, Council, the best way to move forward and upward is first to look inward. I think there needs to be some kind of study of the organizational structure of what we've got. You know, when I first got involved with this 4 months ago, maybe in my simpleness and maybe my naive ways, I was loyal, I was trusting, I was confident in city government. But those fundamental values have been replaced by disillusionment, disappointment, and quite frankly, suspicion. So let's look inward and maybe redefine some of the city ordinances, develop new city ordinances, clarify the old ones so that we won't come to this same place again. And perhaps review performance standards as they exist. So, Mr. Mayor, I thank you, and I will end my non-comments with a comment that I do appreciate this council. I do appreciate your hard work. I know you're in a position that's very difficult and very hard at this moment on this particular issue. But the perception does exist, and you're right, Mr. Councilman Silvas. There is a perception that this council is moving forward and allowing this issue without regard to the waves and waves of citizen opposition. So
Thank you, Jesse. There is a motion on the floor.
More public.
There is a motion on the floor that we either support or deny this resolution against the sand fracking.
The motion was for support.
The motion has already been made and seconded.
Right.
So we're going to have to deal with the motion as has already been made and seconded. I'm allowing public comment to see if people are for the resolution or against. If we vote it down, then we'll create another resolution, or we'll let the Zoning Board of Adjustments handle it. But that's where we are. A motion has been made. We accept the resolution as it has been stated. Yes, ma'am.
Mary Casper. Good morning. I agree with the two ladies on the board. We seem to be the only ones that actually have read the thing. And it's future developments.
Ma'am, I'm going to have to stop you on this. I'm going to have to. We have got an agenda item that we must very, very closely legally follow.
I am not mentioning the site that shall not be named.
We are dealing with an agenda item about this, ma'am.
It is not written that way. The perception in the public from what you have on here is that future developments within the corporate city limits, which seems to be in against item number 11 that is going to be put off. And I feel that any council member that votes for this is also implying that they could very well vote against the annexation of the other piece of property. And that's my concern. Nobody is against the frac sand. We want the industry. That is, that there are concerns, but we are not against the business. Do you see where I am coming from on this?
I do. I do.
What you did not put the entire resolution in here. And it is public perception, and that is where you are in deep trouble. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, is it not possible to put the attachment, the resolution, on the screen?
They have handouts out there. They can read it.
Not, that doesn't have the resolution.
Just an agenda.
Don, would you like to put a specific address in your resolution?
No.
That would solve this problem.
No.
Can we finish the public hearing?
I move that we accept the resolution as presented.
Okay. That's the motion. It has been seconded. Legal, one moment, please. Legal wants to make a comment before we move on.
Well, I think given the comments of council and the public that what the resolution is stating really does merit being addressed. And the comments made so far leave off the preface, leave off part of the wording. The resolution says that the council acknowledges the considerable public opposition to future developments of the frac sand industry within the corporate limits of the city. It does not, that is what it says on the action part of it, the now therefore, what the city council is actually doing. It reads, the council for the city of San Angelo acknowledges the considerable public opposition to future developments of frac sand, mining, processing, storing, transloading, and transporting operations, etc. So I just want to make it clear for the council, to please read the entire thing. The intent is not to express a decision about eliminating any kind of industry in the city, but it is an acknowledgement, as the mayor has indicated, that there have been public comments. The city council is not deaf to those comments and is looking at the health and safety issues presented by the industry as a general proposition. And that's the intent of the resolution, but I believe that's what it says. And I just want to, since there is public comment and it's still open, just to, address that before public comment is closed.
Mr. Suri, the resolution couldn't, or just say the location of frac sand businesses? Because I certainly wouldn't want one smack dab across the street from a hospital or a school or something like that. Could it not say in the resolution, the council acknowledges the locations of frac sand facilities?
That is the function of zoning. We're back to that.
The content of the resolution is up to council, but I just wanted to make clear what is before you right now. So that everybody in the public, like you say, it's not up there on the screen.
Tim is before us right now.
So that you know what's on there. Anyway, okay.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm Tim Davenport Herbst, pastor of St. Paul Presbyterian Church, and this morning speaking on behalf of WTOS with 17 member churches and organizations representing over 10,000 Christians and other people of faith in this community. At this point, I'm not clear on the resolution either. However, our biggest concern is the vulnerable communities in our city. We want to make sure that there is safety. We want to make sure that traffic and air quality is preserved for them. That is our concern. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further comment? Okay, just a minute.
Harry Thomas, community volunteer. While I agree with what the intent was here, I have to agree with both Charlotte and Liz. That's not what it says in here. And I understand what your city attorney says, but I can tell you that the way it's written today, this council leaves itself open for some legal action, and I would have to say I have to vote against this.
Thank you, Harry. Further comment?
My name is Jimmy Hill, and I'd like to note first off, your decision-making, your authority, your leadership is greatly appreciated from a community standpoint. I tell you, thank you very much for standing where you stand, where nobody else tends to want to stand and make decisions that you make. I am opposed to the resolution. I can't see approving a resolution that means absolutely nothing. I'm asking, as a community member, as someone who works with a large, vast majority of community members, that if you were going to stand one way or the other, in my case, stand against what we're not talking about, that you take an aggressive stance against that and not a neutral one. And by proposing this proposed resolution that means nothing, from me and my standpoint, from as much as I can understand it, is more of a neutral stance. And so I'm asking you and I'm pleading with you that if you were opposed, then take an aggressive stance against that. Please, I'm asking you. I'm asking you to be wise. I'm asking you to be considerate. And I'm asking you to just stop, take a step back. And then I'm also asking for boldness. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Public comment.
Good morning. My name is David Spalding. I still think that this resolution is kind of convoluted. I don't know whether if I say I'm in favor of it.
Could you speak into the microphone?
Does that mean
please?
that I'm in favor of the location, or am I in favor of the discussion of the council? Can you tell me what that means?
We do not have a specific location in the resolution. And I would be tickled to death. It would tickle me to death to put a specific location. That way we are making a bold statement. We are opposed to a sand plant at X address. And I would gladly vote for that because I am very much opposed to the sand plant where it's going. That address is not in here. The motion will not, I have asked Rodney to add that. He said he would not add it.
No, you didn't ask me to add that.
You said that the motion stood as you made it.
Yeah, but I'll add the address. I don't have a problem with adding that address.
That would tickle me where we put a specific address. I'll still vote for it. But I want you to understand that we have no authority on this, and it means nothing.
Right.
But if Rodney would amend his motion to put the specific address, and if we will get a second, I'll still vote for it. Because I am opposed to this operation at this address. And really, I think that would solve the problem today.
Mayor, with that said, I do want to point out that this is against legal recommendation.
Right.
You know, so that's our concern.
I understand that,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't want to get very deep into that. I do have a question. I don't know the rules for the zoning board meetings and whether there is public discussion. And is it, can the council go there in person and express their opinions in whole, or only as an individual?
As an individual.
And can you identify yourselves as a member of the city council?
I have identified myself as an individual.
Yes.
Then I would like to have a resolution that the city council there attend those meetings and identify themselves and express their opposition.
It's not quite that easy though, because if we're all in the same place, if there's a quorum of us and we're all dealing with city business, technically that needs to be a posted meeting. So it's
for us to be there.
There can be four of us there at a time.
There can be
Okay.
three
It's
of us.
quorum.
Yeah.
Okay. Then can't there be a resolution that 4 of you will be there every
Three.
time?
Three.
It's
Oh,
already,
okay.
I mean, that's Open
Okay.
Meetings Act. That's already state law. We cannot.
Well, I'm not saying
Yeah.
that you can't go. I'm just saying, 3 of you show up, say, I'm from the city council. This is what my constituents say. And, thanks for, your time. I would just like you to be there in person and not just a resolution of the city council be published somewhere. That's my opinion. And I'm still not sure how this works, but I'm either for or against this the way that it's written. I am not in favor of the location that the ZBA has proposed.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to withdraw my motion and redo it, accept it as written, adding in the address that's there. I think this is the biggest waste of time that we've done so far this morning.
You're
We've talked
absolutely
about
right.
this, and I just want to move forward. I want to get to this meeting on February the 2nd with the ZBA, and then we figure out what we're going to do at that time. I know it's against attorneys. I don't care.
No, I would say, I would imagine the attorney would have preferred that this resolution not have been on the agenda.
Well, I'm sure they said that.
Right, but we also know what Mr. Vardaman was trying to do was to
Yes.
acknowledge the hundreds of calls that each of us have received,
Yes.
contacts on this issue. And I think, if nothing else, we can say acknowledged, I appreciate the work that my constituents have done, and one of my constituents is sitting next to them, and he's involved as well. So it's been kind of interesting to be a representative of District 5 in all of this. But that said, I'm happy withdrawing and passing and taking no action on this. I think the public now understands our concern. They understand the legal quandary that we're in here, but I certainly don't want to take any action that leaves the public with the idea that we are not business friendly in San Angelo.
Absolutely.
Did you remove your motion?
I did, but I presented it again with the address.
See, and
is there a second to that motion? Because if not, I think she's hit on a very good solution to this.
The general public, again, is going to see out there that we didn't do anything on this, and I mean,
we're not doing anything either way we go.
No, you'll pass a resolution if it passes.
But there's no use passing a resolution that means nothing, because it does mean something. It's a part of our history.
And here again, my resolution had the address. It wasn't legally acceptable to do it in that way, and so it was removed.
Yeah, but we can tell him that we don't.
I understand.
You can ask for it to be in there. That's his opinion.
Okay, you have moved to adopt the resolution with the address. Does anyone want to second that?
See, the young man that came up here and said that he wanted us to act bold on this thing, that's not, we're not acting bold on this. That's not bold. So I'm just saying that I'm against this. I'm against it at this location, and I'm putting it out there. I'm going against what they're saying, and I'm the only one that's willing to do that.
Well, I think the problem is if you read this, you have to rewrite the resolution because it continues to mention within the corporate city limits. That would be my reservation.
But not if you put that address. If you put that address, that changes the whole thing. I'm fine. If no one's going to second it, let's move on.
Do I have a second?
Yes, hold on. If we can't go there, but if you want to be specific and it's in my district, and I'm not totally opposed to it. You know, I've been opposed to it when I first heard it from a second and third party, and so I've been there with, you know, you're preaching to the choir. You know, I've been against it, so I'm going to second your motion, whether it means something or not. At least let the folks know, hey, your representative is listening to your phone calls, and listening to your concerns. And I don't want it anywhere close to where it's proposed. So I'm going to go with that second and see where it falls.
It has been moved that we accept the resolution with the specific address of the proposed sand fracking operation. And whatever that exact address is can be added.
Yeah,
and I don't have a problem voting for that.
Would the council member sponsoring the motion want to state where he would like to see that added?
Yeah, see, now we're
in
writing.
there, if that would, for clarification.
Okay.
I know. I don't like writing it up here.
Public opposition to.
It's not.
Don't take out future to the development located at the address. Can you take that down too?
Can we just put at Hill Street? I don't know if there's a street. Is there a street address there? Planning?
Lee, is there a street address?
I understand there is no street address. It would have to be legal description, property legal description.
Or you could elect to say Hill Street.
Yeah, just to give a general area.
Can we just add both Hill Street and then do the legal?
Yes, we can do that.
Lot block?
Yes, okay.
I do have another public comment. Come ahead, sir.
My name's Ken Casper. If this resolution has no value, don't have any resolutions, period. If it does have value, say what you mean and mean what you say. Stop playing word games and just be honest.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
For the record, H.R. Wardlaw again, and I think Mr. Fleming's proposed changes are beneficial, and I think, and I would urge the council, and on behalf of the appellants, to pass this resolution.
Thank you. Further comments from the public? If not, we got to vote on this.
Well, I'd just like to go on record as saying I'm very much opposed to the Sam Franklin being the location it's at. I'm going to vote against this, however, because I don't think it has anything to do with being bold. I think the way you correct items is through the process, and if we need and I've asked staff to bring us additional zoning ordinances, and they're supposed to be working on those, and I think that's the correct way to stop things or to correct things and still be pro-business, and that's what I want to do through all this. So, okay.
Further comment before we vote on this? It's yours, Don. Do you have anything further to say about it?
Calf rope, I think.
Yeah, it's blown completely up from what you wanted.
Yeah, I was trying to do something positive and show that what our stance was, and evidently I missed the mark on that one. So
we're against it, or I'm against it, but I don't want to jeopardize our ZBA. And if we vote on this with the location, will it jeopardize our ZBA?
Yes, under the ethics rules and under the state statute, it's the prerogative of the ZBA, and it's very important, and we've been very careful that all parties have equal access to establish a record in front of the ZBA. We don't necessarily even have all of the parties here for input on public comment. But I've already given, an opinion based on, what my understanding of the law is after reviewing everything. But you are the legislative body, and you can adopt resolutions.
And if we pass this, we're actually shooting our own self in the foot with the ZBA and with proceedings and legal matters.
I don't agree with that, because the ZBA does their own thing anyway. They don't answer to us anyway. I think this is just a
it's a waste of time is what it is.
It's a waste of time, but folks know that we are
public
listening.
Perception. It's getting out there.
If this fails, Liz, you had made a statement that we move forward and forget the resolution. Is that correct?
Right. And I don't mean to be disrespectful to Don, but I think the public can see this meeting and understand the concern that we have. We also know that TCEQ is actually the agency that monitors and sets rules and distance requirements and all of that. So I would say let it lie, and we go forward and let the ZBA do what they're going to do. And as Marty mentioned, it's already within the planning process to better define these types of industries which were not contemplated during the last rewrite of the zoning ordinance, and let the Planning Commission do their work, and then we see it at the end of that process. I think that's the best public policy moving forward.
Rodney?
But I mean, you can look at Barnhart right now in TCEQ. That deal's right in the middle of up there, and it's caused
they're not an incorporated.
Huge.
It's all different though. It's all different requirements.
It's caused huge problems, and the general perception by the public is that us being a government body are not taking care of them, and we're not helping them at all. That this thing was interpreted from the very beginning, in my opinion, was interpreted not right. It was completely wrong. And I believe that all we're showing them is we're not taking care of something that should have been taken care of at the very beginning, which we do have a say in. And I hope we are going to, like we told Winky, we are going to try to work on how some of that stuff is defined in the future. But this is the case that we're dealing with right now. And, I can see how the public just doesn't trust anything that's going to happen.
Charlotte?
I'm going to make my final statement on the matter. I agree with Mr. Fleming that this was interpreted wrong in the beginning, because nuisance definitely has a bearing in light and heavy manufacturing. That's been my position from the beginning. I'm not changed off of that. I will not and I cannot support the motion for the same reasons that Mr. Self has just stated, and I want to add that what's on the agenda, the way it's worded on our agenda, and the resolution do not match, and I can't support it for those reasons.
We do have a motion on the floor that we accept it, adding the address that as a council we are opposed to this being placed at that area. It has been seconded. I've had comment from the council. I've had public comment. We're beat on this either way we go, but I'm calling for the vote. All in favor of the resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Raise your hands. All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Put a 3 for and a 4 against, and the resolution fails. Did you want to make another resolution, Elizabeth? Or do you want to leave it
I
alone?
would make a motion that there be no resolution.
That it die.
And we let the processes go forward as they are, with the citizens understanding completely the number of concern comments that we've received.
In that case, it is 10:27, and I'm going to call a break for about 15 minutes.
You're going to let me make a motion and not?
I thought you said you just wanted to let it die and it was over.
Whatever, however you want to do it, however it's
Well,
cleanest.
if we took a vote and it failed, so it's dead.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It is 10:28. I call a 15-minute break. It is 10:49. I'm calling this meeting back to order. Item number 11 was pulled by the proponents. We will not be dealing with that. We will go into item number 12, which is a presentation and public hearing to discuss and receive public comment on the proposed entertainment destination development project for the development of Lake Nasworthy that would include the lease of parkland, possible action thereon. Number 8, consideration of a proposed resort and entertainment destination development project at Lake Nasworthy consistent with the Lake Nasworthy Master Plan adopted November 5, 2013, and recommendations of Gateway Planning Group, the city's professional use planners and consultants for the development of Lake Nasworthy, which proposed project is to be under a ground lease with the city of San Angelo for all or portion of approximately 19.5 acres at or about 7409 Knickerbocker Road, generally known as Mary E. Lee Park, to be pursued conditioned on city's compliance with Chapter 26 of Texas Parks and Wildlife Code. And item number B, consideration of making following findings required by Chapter 26 of Texas Parks and Wildlife Code. 1, there is no feasible or prudent alternative to the use or taking of such land. And number 2, the program or project includes all reasonable planning to minimize harm to the land as a park, recreation area, scientific area, wildlife refuge, or historic site resulting from the use or taking. And C, consideration of adopting a resolution approving a proposed entertainment destination development project for the development of Lake Nasworthy consistent with the Lake Nasworthy Master Plan under a ground lease with the city of San Angelo that requires the use or taking of all or a portion of approximately 19.5 acres of public land designated and known as Mary E. Lee Park, located on or about 7409 Knickerbocker Road, making determinations pursuant to Chapter 26 of the Texas Parks and Wildlife Code, directing the preparation and publication of a solicitation proposals, providing an effective date and deed, providing direction to staff, Scott Polikoff with Gateway Planning Group. Are you the start, or are you starting us, AJ? Well, I'm
Good
tired
morning.
of reading. We need to go to somebody else.
Well, you did an excellent job, Mayor. So just to kind of preview, Scott Polikoff with Gateway Planning will be doing the majority of the presentation. You'll notice that the caption does have 4 sub-captions. We will be asking at the conclusion of the presentation to get direction and action from you all on each of those 4 items separately. So that's the ultimate goal for the presentation. To begin, I'll bring up Scott Polikoff. He's going to go through a very brief overview of kind of where we've been with the project, talk about the requirements for this type of development, and then talk about next steps moving forward. And then if you have any questions after that, Scott and I together will try to answer all of those for you.
Thank you, AJ. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you, Mayor, Mr. City Manager, members of the council, and the staff. We've been working on this for some time, and actually I think this is an exciting opportunity. A lot of planning work has been done. We've engaged the community, and so over the period of time we've been doing this work, and now it's time to actually maybe do a project that could be catalytic in nature. So we're going to talk about the history, desired steps, the legal requirements. I'm going to go through those quickly. I'm going to spend a little more time on the findings because it's really critical that you all feel good about those. We feel good about them, but they're recommended findings for y'all. then next steps, and then any questions. We've been, as you know, working, focusing on this gem that you have that's not just a local asset, it's a community place, and it's also a place for West Texas, and that's why I think this opportunity makes sense. What we want to do going forward is hopefully, if you agree with the findings and approve the authorization to do a solicitation, then there will be a process where there will be a best value analysis of the proposals, and I'll go through that in a sec. And then ultimately, this site, which we want to reinforce, will stay open as a public access park and beach, and hopefully will reactivate the marina and will be a public access boat launch. No matter what we talk about today, nothing will change in that regard. This will remain a park, it will remain public access, the beach will be accessible, the neighborhood next door will have access. All we're talking about is the potential ground lease of a portion of that for a potential hotel, restaurant, hospitality development, which we think would enhance that public access. So the approach is to look at all of the different factors that are aligned but are not connected. We have the marina, we have Knickerbocker Road, we have access to the airport, we have regional and West Texas markets, local demand, and a unique location. The master plan that you adopted after extensive public participation supports this specific project opportunity. We also worked very carefully with the Parks Plan that was adopted simultaneously, and this is consistent with the Parks Plan. You can see in the red location what we call the Harbor Village. That's just a placeholder name. That's right there as Knickerbocker crosses the lake and lands. That's the opportunity. We've identified land on both sides of the property as kind of the impact area. Some of that's privately owned, and we hope that this project can influence the highest and best use of the property, obviously across the street. We went through a market analysis. I'm not going to go into the details in any great way unless you want me to back up and talk about those. But the market analysis was updated last fall in terms of hotels, but conditions have continued to change. Obviously, the impact of the energy sector on hotels locally is something that is significant. However, nobody is in the process of or has recently developed this type of hotel because, frankly, there's no other location for an upper scale resort type hotel in San Angelo with these kinds of attributes. And so I think you have to view this in a regional context, not in a local context, and also in terms of the market and the activity at the lake. The bottom line, though, is maybe it's not opportune in terms of timing, but my guess is that Council Member Grindstaff, she said earlier, I was watching the earlier presentation, all of us who have been in Texas for most of our lives know that we go through cycles, and my guess is that we're going to cycle down a little bit, but an investment like this is going to be a longer term investment, and I think any investor is going to look at a longer term energy cycle. And there are a lot of folks that are local and regionally that are going to always want to be at the lake no matter what. And so the conclusion of our market analysis is there is demand for an upper scale resort hotel in this location. We did a little bit of design analysis on how this could be deployed next to the marina, next to the neighborhood, incorporating the beach. There is a current business out there, the excursion business, and there's a new proposed business maybe coming online, the paddle boat or the steamboat. We have assured both of those business owners that this would be complementary to their existing business, and there would be that this would not impact their ability to continue their business. In fact, I think it would enhance their business. We went through some design detail. Obviously, we'll have to work, if this moves forward, very carefully with TxDOT, the Parks Department, and continue to work very closely with the community and the neighborhoods. And I want to reassure once again that the beach access is going to remain open no matter what. That will be in the RFP, and I think, again, it will actually make it a cooler place. So in terms of the steps, we'll evaluate any proposal based on, as I said, in terms of maintaining the public access, coordination potentially with the marina opportunity, coordination with adjacent owners, creative uses of design, and most importantly, the key is going to be what is leveraged. Are you going to be able to justify and bring restaurants? Are you looking at a 7-day-a-week, 12-month-a-year strategy so that this is a true destination for the local community? And in fact, who wants to stay at a hotel if they're out in the middle of nowhere at night and there's no place to eat and you got to get in your car? So this is a real synergistic opportunity. The legal requirements specifically are that the Parks and Wildlife Code permits a city to approve a project and the designated land as a park if they make certain determinations, and that would be this legislative body, that there is no feasible and prudent alternative to the use or taking of such land, and the program or project includes all reasonable planning to minimize harm to the land as a park from the use or taking. We are very, very comfortable saying that those two findings absolutely make sense from all the planning we've done, our knowledge of the market, our professional experience. And so we believe there is no other meaningful location in terms of this type of mixed-use resort, hotel, restaurant, hospitality opportunity. And it's actually the perfect location because of the juxtaposition on Knickerbocker and the existing marina. And we believe because of that, there's no other city-owned property that exists at this time that would facilitate this public opportunity. In addition, as you know, we have coordinated through the process with the Nature Center, and we think this is also an opportunity, and we will ask in the RFP for proposals on ideas about the Nature Center. This is a catalytic opportunity to encourage the resiting of that so it actually has a more meaningful location in terms of its isolation there simply on the beach in a building. We also believe that this is, in terms of findings, in terms of the San Angelo citizens, this is the type of amenity that would be a benefit. Our market analysis supports this. The proposal will be required to enhance the area, to maintain the open access, to be a positive fiscal impact in terms of tax base. And frankly, the home run is to see if we can generate more money so that there will be additional funds available for additional enhancements to the lake itself. Docks, bathrooms, and those sorts of things. And I think the proposals that come forward and actually propose mechanisms to help channel some of the long-term opportunity from a revenue standpoint into reinvestments into the lake itself not only benefits the investment, it also benefits the community. We've had continuous community support through this process. You heard from them in a very favorable way during the adoption of both the Parks Plan and the Nazworthy Master Plan. There is no harm that we're aware of. This use, if executed correctly, would result in terms of the site. In fact, it would be an enhancement to the site. And there will be continuous built-in reviews during the process to make sure all of these attributes are realized going forward. And ultimately, you and the community have the say as to whether or not a proposal would be accepted and executed. So this is the beginning of the process, not the end of the process. I think I've already covered the extensive community process, the access to appropriate sized thoroughfare, and the services and attractions of this site are appropriate and complementary to a park use, and the cash flow. So our recommendations are that we move ahead with the affirmative determination of findings. We also recommend proceeding with the publication of an RFP. We're asking you to authorize that today, and the Parks and Recreation Board voted 6-1 to support these findings and recommendations as a recommendation that form the basis of the meeting today. So I did that in less than 5 minutes, Mayor.
You did well. Questions from council?
I think it's very exciting. It's very exciting to see what our asset, as you say, can be both for the community as well as the region.
Charlotte?
I agree that it is very exciting. I do have one question. When you talk about development there at Mary Lee Park specifically, and I have for years have wanted more lighting along the road and that road improved out there, what portion of a developer could be charged to the road lighting and increasing the width of the road there to have more turning lanes? Is that been addressed with any, or will it be addressed with developers?
We'll include that in the RFP, that improvements to the road needs to be a part of the proposed strategy. How it's paid for, I think, is a detail to be worked out. But obviously, Knickerbocker there needs to be designed and improved in partnership with TxDOT. And I think it's an opportunity for all of us, because I know there are some other concerns and issues about that roadway. And if we can align event day concerns, access to some of the neighborhoods, and redevelopment all in one strategy, and our preliminary conversations, by the way, with TxDOT have been pretty positive. I think as long as they believe that health and safety goals are met, I think they would be open to some tweaks to the design. Lighting obviously would be an absolute requirement.
I just think we'd be very remiss if we didn't take the opportunity going in to insist that the development of the roadway and lighting be included or be required.
The council member, the only limitation is we would need to, of course, qualify that with approvals by TxDOT. We couldn't force the developer on an off-site state-owned facility to do certain things without the consent of TxDOT.
Rodney, this is your area. Do you have any feeling on this?
Yeah, I'm all for this, and you know, when they do the roads interior, all those roads are going to be all brand new. It's not the roads that exist now will probably just all be taken away. Maybe some down there by the beach would stay, but on the other end, it'll all be new, and they're going to have to redesign all that anyways, and it'll be up to code, I think, Charlotte, to get to what you're talking about. So I think we'll be fine there. I kind of see this as another one of those no-brainers where we can, you know, we just should get this done and move forward. We don't lose anything as a city by putting this out there to allow someone to come in and possibly bid to build this for us. He's addressed the issue, and you know, one of my main issues, and I had a couple people ask me about this, was the park. Is the park still going to be there? Is it still going to be free access for our residents to go to? It absolutely is. He's pointed that out numerous times, and we will not change that part of it. And so that was my only objection to the whole thing out there. So I see this as a good thing. Are we going to take these items one at a time?
That was my question, AJ. Do you want to do A, B, C, and D one at a time, or do you want to do them all in one fell swoop?
That's what we've been advised to do, yes.
One at a time?
One at a time.
You want to start us off on this, Rodney?
I move that we accept A as written.
Second.
Okay, do have a motion and a second. Public comment. Any public comment on this item? Come on up, sir.
I'm Rick Labbit with the Lake Nesworthy Homeowners. 2 or 3 things I see here on this thing that I'm concerned about. The first is if you look to the east of the dam, that's private property. If you look to the west of the dam, that's private property. I also see that the city has gone out for bids on a new police boathouse. It apparently is not going to happen if you follow if I see this map correct. That's not, because you're going to be putting it right in where we're showing a development.
This is just a schematic, though.
So, but are we talking at this point about taking land away from people who have land for sale at the lake?
No.
Because, you've got a motel with 5 or 6, 8 units, whatever it is. Is that correct? Is that that's the west?
First of all, this is not even, the hotel will probably not end up looking anything like what this drawing is. It'll be up to the person coming in, business coming in, to submit to us any of their conceptual drawings. And that company will have to kind of address what Liz was, I think, about to say, was that company's going to have to buy, like, where the cottages are over on the east side of that. Correct. That is owned by an individual, but if they were going to put something over there, they're going to have to go straight to that individual and buy that. Even the marina building is owned. The marina building is owned by an individual. Not right out on the water side, it's not. The city owns that, but the marina building, they're going to have to purchase that from them. So they'll have.
There's about 3 private properties.
Yeah, they'll have to work out all that. That business will have to work that out, not us as a city. They'll have to work that out.
Yes, Councilman's absolutely right. This is just an illustrative design to show if there was a hotel on the Mary Lee site next to the marina, how it could be redesigned and reactivated with maybe some day casitas and then some redevelopment that could occur across the street that could be catalyzed. I hope the person across the street makes a lot of money off of this. Yeah. That would be our goal. There is no requirement for any city acquisition of property to do this. All we're talking about is findings and authority to move forward with a ground lease to reconfigure the park so that a resort hotel and potentially restaurants or other appropriate uses would be done.
But you're asking for a lease, and then you're asking the guy to turn around and buy 2 other pieces of property.
No, sir. That's why I put on the front page, these are for illustrative purposes only. It was our obligation to say if the city helped support development on Mary Lee Park as a resort destination, what's the potential economic development opportunities for the private property interests across the street? This is government working to help people in the private side be successful. This is government will have nothing to do with what happens on the other side of the street.
To give y'all a little bit of a background.
I think it's important to reinforce that, because it's not fair to suggest that what this picture represents is somehow government suggesting they're going to come in and take somebody's property. Just the opposite. If I were the owner of that property, I would be standing up right now watching this going, hallelujah, this is government helping add value to my property.
That's right.
In 1962, I helped my dad build Lakeshore Amusement Park, and I don't know how many members, do y'all remember that we had an amusement park at Mary Lee Park? Nobody remembers that?
We'd love for you to develop one.
We had the largest railroad track in West Texas, because we bought the train out of Breckenridge Park in San Antonio. We had Ferris wheels, we had go-karts, we had kiddie rides, had a concession. The concession stand is where the boat club is right now. But the property was actually leased by my dad in 1962, and we were there 4 years actually, and then moved back to Odessa. But there has been an amusement park in Mary Lee Park, and it probably would have been successful. The things that happened at that time, the first year the city decided to kill the fish, and we had a fish kill from Murchison all the way down. The second year the city decided to close the bridge to rebuild it, and the third year the city decided to drain the lake. So our first 3 years out there in the amusement business was not very good. But it can happen, and I know Mary Lee Park is a good location, but I am concerned if we're talking about the city taking land from some people, or buying land, taking it off the property tax rolls. To make this development be a success.
And this is what I would call kind of a catalyst development. And so what we're proposing, or what there is being proposed, is the use of city land, as long as we meet the criteria according to Texas Parks and Wildlife, to create a catalyst for more positive development in the area. So as Scott said, if you're a private landowner in the area, you can decide to participate, sell, or sit and do nothing. But there's going to be some interesting things happen around you that will add value to your land.
Well, I can see where, like Gene Scotty's whole property is the key to this whole development.
Yeah.
And if you don't have that, it's not going to work. Right. And I just see, it appears to me, if you've got the city working one way and a guy that's holding that property.
It's called planning. We're going to try.
I mean, he might put in something that you don't like right next to what you have already put. So I'm just concerned how you control all of the land to do a development like this. That's my only concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Any other further public comment on this before we move forward?
Mayor, for the record,
yes,
I don't remember the park. I was 2 years old living in Odessa, so.
I don't remember it either, and I was here.
But I hope you redo it.
I like the railroad. The train, I'd like to have that downtown, but.
It was a nice one.
Did you sell your train? You still have it?
No, we sold it.
Okay.
That Santa Fe Railroad actually put in the tracks. There was a 1.5 miles of railroad track there.
I'm good.
Further comment from the public?
My name is Jim Moyer. I'm also on the board. This area right here where we have finally, your council has approved the police boat dock, yet they've got something there. I want to make sure that the council reserves that, because we desperately need the police boat dock on the water, not the boats parked in the airport. And by the way, how's that coming?
We're in the final stages right now on that. We're working on that. So that this whole plan is not going to happen.
That's good. It had been approved about 4 years ago and never happened. So
as you know, how
makes us kind of curious as to what's going on.
As you know how government works, everything is add 10 to everything. That is in the final stages, I've been told, and that will not be part of any kind of development. We own that as a city, and it's not a park. We're talking about parklands now. That lot is not a park, and it's on the other side, just east.
And it's not for sale.
It's not.
Further public comment? Call for the vote. The motion has been made that we approve number A, proposed resort and entertainment destination development project as it has been presented. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Number B is the consideration, no feasible or prudent alternative to the taking of such land. This is to to be in compliance with Chapter 26 of the Texas Parks and Wildlife Code. Do I have a motion on this?
I move that we accept it as written.
Second.
Do we have a second? Who's that, Marty?
No,
Johnny? Okay, Rodney and Johnny as a second. Further comment from council? Public comment on this item? Motion's been made. We accept as presented. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on him. Number C is consideration approving a proposed entertainment destination development project, Mary E. Lee Park, pursuant to Chapter 26 of Texas Parks and Wildlife. Will someone move to accept this as presented?
I move that we accept as presented.
Second.
Do have Rodney and Elizabeth as a second. Comment on this from the public? Council comment further? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that one. Providing direction to staff.
I move that we accept, well, that's not really accept as written. I mean, we've already given direction to staff
What do you
on this,
need
right?
on that, AJ?
No, we just wanted to give you an opportunity, if you had thought of additional items, you wanted
No.
included in the package, to say that now.
Don't
And if you don't,
sell
that's
our
fine.
So we don't even need to vote on this.
That's fine, not the plan.
Okay.
We don't need to vote on this.
You don't have
one,
to
then.
take action on this last item, if
We've
you don't
given-
have any comments.
Can I ask her a question?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want to overcomplicate this, but and I don't remember all of the prior discussions with Scott's group, but has a tiers district or any financing mechanism been discussed to help with the public improvements that Charlotte was mentioning, or any of those
It is
things?
something we've discussed internally. One of the deliverables in the remainder of the contract that we have with Gateway is to do an analysis of the area and look at land use control mechanisms and finance mechanisms that could help further the project. So
I
that's
think-
sort of the next step.
I think those need to be used very judiciously in a city that struggles with its general fund, but I could see this being one of those kinds of developments, certainly in our city. And then also, going back when I was on staff, the top of the hill, is that still city-owned land with no purpose, even though it has an avigation issue because of,
It is still city-owned property. It is not obviously in this portion of the overall Lake Nasworthy plan, but it was identified in the overall scheme where we identified, I believe, 5 different activity areas for the lake, and it was considered, there we go, it was considered the area for special opportunity
Oh, it's the
as an
key
area
point.
that we needed to examine further, determine if there were ways that we could maybe, using this development, then kickstart some activity across the lake there as well.
because I think there is another, how many acres is that? Roughly?
If I told you, I'd be lying.
Yes, I don't remember.
Quite a few.
Quite a few. You're
It's
right.
sizable.
You are exactly right. It's quite a few. So there is another opportunity for city-owned land that has virtually no purpose, that could be sold or
Yeah.
rolled up into the development.
I think we talked about that early on when I first
I
got
think
on
we did too.
the council about possibly, because I'm all in favor of selling as much of that land out there as we can. In fact, it's not just the top of the hill, it's backed off
Right.
of Red Bluff. We have a whole bunch back there in the middle that I don't see us as a city needing to own. We need to get
Right.
rid of that and try to get some tax money coming in on the.
Right, so I think as your group works and as you work with the planning staff, just keep those areas in mind, that there really is more city-owned land that could see private investment as this thing takes off.
You did well, Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Good to see you, AJ. You got everything.
If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be standing up here, though.
Y'all got
She
everything
keeps
you
us
need?
straight.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Move on now to item number 13 is consideration of approving a professional services contract with Rafalis Financial Consultants, Inc. for the purpose of conducting a water and water reclamation rate study for a not-to-exceed fee of $90,000 and authorizing the mayor and/or city manager to execute said agreement pending background. Bill Riley, you are on, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
This is your first presentation, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Go easy on me, if you
Y'all
would,
take it
please.
easy on Bill.
Council.
Not met, Bill. This is our new water.
Bill Riley. It was actually introduced, what was it, last month?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
last month.
must have stepped out.
You must have.
You're on, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate being here. Good to see you all. Most of you know more of the history of this than I do, but just to give a quick recap, last June you had expressed as a council some concerns or desire to look at the rate structures, the rates, and also water conservation incentives. Following that, these staff sent out a request for qualifications, received several back in August. After a staff review, a committee review, Reftelis Financial Consultants was chosen as the best fit for the city and for doing this study. On November 4th, you authorized staff to negotiate a contract with Reftelis, which would include, of course, a final scope and a fee. And that's what we're bringing back to you today. The study would develop, not only look at the rate structure, but also develop the costs of providing service to each of the customer classes, residential, commercial, industrial, irrigation, etc. And also look at our capital improvements plan and fold that into the process to see what that does to the rate structure, the rates, and then also ensuring efficient revenue or appropriate revenue for continuing to implement the drought strategies that are underway. In addition, we're also going to look at all of the other fees that the city charges, water, sewer taps, meter service fees, and those kind of things, and make sure that our cost of providing those we're receiving the appropriate fee for what it's cost us to do that. We're also going to look at, which was one of your objectives, is an additional conservation activities, things that we could implement to further conservation efforts, but also look at the implementation costs of those things. And so what we want to have them do is look at what's been done and what could other things that could be done additionally to conserve water and maybe provide incentives for that. And then we're going to, excuse me, built into this is what I think is an important part of this is to have meetings with the individual council members so that as we go through this process we could get your philosophies, your feedback, and your expectations from this, and so that as we move forward that's built into the process. Will also be a public meeting, one public meeting, and we'd anticipate doing that once we have a considerable amount of the information together so that we can provide information to the public on what this is looking like and gets feedback from the public for the process. The fee that we got back in the scope is not to exceed $90,000. This conduct of this study does not obligate the council to anything, but it does provide you with the tools that you would need to look at the rates, look at the rate structure, and make any decisions in the future. It's also a good management tool for us. It sees where our costs are, it shows us where our costs are, and where we need to spend dollars and where we don't need to. So with that, we would certainly recommend approval of the study and would be happy to do my best to answer any questions that you might have.
That's not but about 3 times what I expected this to come in as cost. Rodney, you had a question?
Well, one of the questions I have on the reclamation part of it, does this study include, does it kind of break down what the cost would be for us to do the development for that in the future?
For any type of reuse project?
Yes.
That would certainly be included in the capital part of it, so that any projected cost for that over the 5-year period would be included in that, yes, sir.
Because that's the direction I think that we've talked about in the past, and I think most cities in the state of Texas are going towards recycling the water and going through that.
And that's what I was referring to when I said drought strategies. To me, that's another part of the whole drought strategy of water supply. We want to make sure, even though it's a 5-year study, I would want to make sure that that we look in that 5 years and beyond for any of those costs. But we certainly need that as part of understanding for the future for our rates and rate structure.
Just for clarification, Bill, I just want to make sure that we're clear on this. This is not the water reuse project study. This is actually, what you're talking about is the CIP or the capital cost for that would be included as far as the study. This study.
That's correct. This is not just the reuse study. This is looking at all of the water utilities.
My concern is that it's taken so long. I think we were all hoping to have something in the summer when we were all feeling the pressure of lack of rain and no real positive environmental changes that were going to help us out. So, I mean, I was for this in June, and now I'm a little concerned that we could go without it for 7 months, and I mean, here we are almost 8 months later.
Well,
it's not telling me it was critical. I thought it was critical.
It was supposed to.
If I may, we have close to
Okay,
two.
I'm going to give you 2 options. Don't say no one was here to do it.
No, I won't say that. We have close to 200 miles of water lines that need to be replaced at a cost of close to $100 million. Total capital projects really for the wastewater, we're looking at $138 million. We need to start planning now as far as what those fees are going to be, the fee structure, in order for us to be able to start replacing some of that infrastructure. It's not just we have more water now. We are okay. We're not, and I know that's what you're saying, but what I'm saying is we need to start planning for the future of replacing a lot of that infrastructure that's in the ground right now. In order for us to do that, we need to make sure that we do a good study. We know what those rates are going to be objectively.
Objectively.
Yeah, very objectively, and that's what we want to get to.
Charlotte?
My opinion has stayed since June. I was against it then, I'm against it now. I think it's excessive cost, what you just said. We know what the rates are going to be. We know what the cost is going to be for the water lines, and why do I need to pay for a study to tell me what we already know?
Johnny?
Bill, I think my concern too is when I saw the $90,000 figure, I mean, it just, really opens your eyes. But how comfortable are you with this Tellus consultant group? Have you worked with them before in the future, or in the past, or?
I have, yes, sir. I'm very aware of the firm. It's a very reputable firm, very capable of doing this study.
And I think once you put a contract together, and then when you structure it, and it reads not to exceed 90,000. I mean, that's almost a blank check to them, letting them know, well, I can go 89,000 and I'm not exceeding. So, is there a possibility of it being far less than that? Do you have any idea?
Far less, probably not. I mean, it is based on an hourly rate for the different phases of the study. There is a possibility that it comes in under that. Realistically, it very seldom does, but there is a possibility, and it gives us the flexibility. If there's pieces of the study, the way it's broken down, that we don't need to do as we get in and start seeing the data, then we can cut those things out, and then we would not pay for those. So there is some possibility that it would be less.
So what is it they do? I mean, what is this study? You just mentioned data. What do they do?
It's an analytical process that looks at all of our data, all of our financial data, budgets, capital improvements plan, all of our costs, all our revenues, and determines helps us to determine what our costs of providing the different services to each of the service levels, customer services. What is it costing us to provide service to our residential customers? What are the peaking factors that we have there? Are they putting the burden on to the system, or is it commercial? It looks at the usage patterns of each one of those service levels, and we begin to understand our specific costs with those. We fold into the capital improvement plan, over 5 years. We have X number of dollars the first year, second, third, and we can track what our revenues are doing during that time with our costs, so we can make adjustments with those if we need to from year to year based on priority or need with our projected revenues. Part of what one thing they'll provide that I failed to mention is an Excel-based econometric model. Basically, they'll develop a model, financial model, it's Excel-based, as they develop this study. They'll turn that over to us so that as we go through each year, not only can we monitor the success of any changes that are made, but we can do what-if scenarios, if you will, where we can say, okay, we're going to spend X amount of dollars this year, and we had planned, X, but we're going to spend Y. What does that actually do to our revenue recovery? What does it do to our costs? What does that do to the whole process? And so we can make those each year. We can look at those actually anytime we want to and see track where we're going and what we need to do. One of the major tools for me in this is we don't necessarily know exactly what our costs are for each of the service levels. Very seldom. I mean, it's hard to know that unless you go through this process, and it's a pretty complicated, very time-intensive process to do this, and that's where the costs come in.
So I assume it's nothing we can do in-house.
Ms. Bedell, can we do it in-house?
Well, actually, that's a question. That's a question for you.
And I'll be
because
happy to
that staff
answer
would have to be dedicated to that. Do we have the expertise at this point to actually go in there and specifically address each one of the areas that we need the funding for?
We probably do not. I mean, we could actually do something, and that's not, I don't think that's a reflection on the staff. The biggest issue to me, though, is the time commitment to doing this. It takes, and the value of having somebody look at it is, first off, you have eyes from outside. You have a totally objective look at it, and they have the time to focus on it. And we're talking about a lot of numbers and a huge spreadsheets. And if you don't have somebody that's focusing on that full time, you lose the momentum. You lose the whole focus of where you're going. And we could do something. Could we do be able to complete a study, what we're asking them to do? I don't think so.
Have you ever done something like this previously? The firm I was previously at did a lot of these studies, yes. I'm pretty intimately familiar with the process. That's great. So if we moved forward with this and with the use of the consultant, is this something that you can maintain going over time, or do we have to go back to the consultant for updates? Because you mentioned the word that I'm not going to try to say again, but the spreadsheets. Is that
the model?
Excel.
The model.
No, that you said
Econometric
econometrics.
model. For a period of time, I mean, generally what I've seen is every probably 4 to 5 years, a city ought to have somebody come in and kind of regroup everything. But for at least that long, and it's possible to do it longer, you just begin to lose some of the, I guess, some of the synergy in the whole thing. But using that model, yes, we can certainly be able to track and make changes in our rate model and in the rate structure, if so desired. But most importantly, to be able to track what it's doing for us.
Realistically, we have a study going right now on the Red Arroyo project. We have a study going right now on the wastewater project. We have a study going right now on a road study project. And everywhere I go and every group I talk to, people ask me, how many dollars are you going to spend on studies before you finally do something? And it's becoming a very, very difficult question to answer. And when I expected $20,000, $30,000 on this, and I thought that'd be high, and when you hit us with 90, kind of took my breath away. But it's really becoming a very hard question for us to answer when we've got so many studies going on out there and nothing happens. So I don't know. That's kind of my take on this.
Well, I can see having that many studies going on. It would be impossible for the staff level that we have to do all of that. I'm just interested in what expertise do we now have on staff that we didn't have before, and what can we, what we can eliminate so we're not just consultant out our ears.
I think also, in all fairness, for the comment that you just made, Mayor, that study specifically, for example, you mentioned the street study. That study in itself, I feel very confident that we're going to have some savings there based on the study that comes through. So even the monies that are being spent at this point, I know there's going to be a combination of things we can do to repair roads that at this point we're not just going there and doing a complete reconstruction project when perhaps all we need is a mill and overlay. There's certain things that once that project comes back, the study comes back, that will show us, where the savings can be had. And I feel pretty confident that we're going to have some pretty good savings off of that study as well. One of the issues, of course, with water is we want to make sure that we're charging a fee that it's sufficient enough, again, to cover our costs moving forward. Even if we did it in-house, I do like the idea of having outside eyes looking at it, because it is a very objective study. And as we move forward and we make decisions, or the council will have to make the tough decisions of making adjustments on the water rate, we know that it was a thorough study. We know that it took into account all the needs of the city, really, infrastructure-wise, everything else that's included in there, the service that we provide, what is the cost associated with that. We know that we can actually confidently move forward in making the adjustments that we need to the water rate. If we do it in-house, again, we may or may not have the expertise to do it, the time associated with this. Bill, as far as these type of studies, have you ever seen studies that go below 50,000, 40,000, 30,000?
Very seldom. This Mayor, I appreciate what your comments are, but I can say from my experience, this is well within the range of what you would expect to pay for this study for a city this size. Quite frankly, they actually, their original fee was considerably more, but through the discussions, they agreed to the not to exceed 90.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
One last question. Bill, I'm looking at the financial impact. It's blank, so is this a budgeted item? Or?
It is budgeted, yes, sir.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
My stand on this, I think we're kind of getting the cart before the horse, because what I'd like to do is take a look at the studies that we already have as far as water goes before we start doing these sort of things. I realize that even right now we need to be conserving everything that we possibly can. I just don't see where this is going to help us to get to where we need to be $90,000 worth.
Okay, so where this, I think, provides, it's a little bit different than the other studies that we're looking at. This is a study to help us figure out how we're going to pay for everything.
I understand.
The conservation piece of it and looking
but
at...
we don't know how much those fees are. How much our fees are going to need to be to cover exactly what you said.
No, sir. But if we're making estimates over for the next 5-10 years on what we're going to need to spend for additional water supplies, whether it's a reuse project or whatever it is, we really need to know what the financial impact is going to be. We still have, the great thing about conservation is it conserves water. The bad thing about conservation is all of our costs don't go away. And so we still have everything to maintain that we had before, but we have less revenue to do that with. To me, it's important to do something like this so we can really take a look at what happened when you conserve and how we respond to that. And if we're talking about implementing additional conservation measures, you still have that same issue to deal with. So, but at the same time, we have some pretty large expenditures looking at this city in the future as part of our continued drought strategy. So this provides a tool where you can say, we looked at it. We looked at our costs. We know what it's costing us to provide these services, and this is what we're going to have to spend in the future, and this is how we're going to pay for it.
Further comments from council?
No, I would make a motion to go forward, and I think what's compelling is the portion of that you just said having to do with conservation, because I think we're all very committed to a conservation strategy, and it is probably the single most important impact on that, on the rate and the selling of water. So I just don't want us to be dependent upon consultants. I don't think anybody up here does if we have the expertise. I think you complement the rest of the staff in a way that we didn't have before. I think we're all interested in transparency, and so as objective as we can be going forward, let's do it. But this isn't as political as some of the other issues that we deal with. Streets, who gets the street money versus, we don't quite have the same infighting, I don't think, over our sewer line and water line infrastructure. So, Mayor, for the sake of discussion, I'll make a motion to approve this. But I would hope that we don't wait 7 or 8 months to move forward with something that we said was so critical back in June.
Anybody want to second that motion?
I'll second it if you'll add that this is the last study we do this year.
Yeah.
That he proposes?
That anybody proposes.
Ricky's still got his suit on, so I'll take your second.
I can justify the road study, but that's $180,000 of our citizens' money. But I've been able to justify that. I can justify the wastewater study, and I can justify the Red Arroyo study. I can't justify this one. But it has been moved that we approve. It has been seconded. We've had council comment. Do I have public comment on this item before we vote? Come ahead, Jude. State your name. You've got 3 to 5, buddy.
Thank you, sir. Jude Richard, taxpayer. What I heard is that there's some concern about the cost, and there was an expectation that it would be lower. And what I heard from the gentleman doing the presentation is that there are possibly other opportunities for cost savings with other entities. And I've also heard him say that he's worked with this before, but what I haven't heard is that this is something where market research has been done as to whether or not we can recoup or have some cost savings through a competitive effort.
Thank you, sir. Further comment from the public? It's time to vote. It has been moved that we accept this as presented. Professional services contract not to exceed $90,000. Raffles Financial Consultants for a water and water reclamation rate study. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Raise your hand. Opposed? Nays?
Nay.
It passes 4-3. Moving on, number 14 is consideration and approval of an interlocal agreement between the City of San Angelo and the North Central Texas Council of Governments, NCTCOG, to utilize NCTCOG's master contract for a service line warranty program, calling out Utility Service Partner Private Label Incorporated, USP, to provide line repair coverage to homeowners residing in the City of San Angelo. Brother Salas, you're on, sir.
Good morning. I think still morning. It is. During the December 16th meeting, Council approved entry into a partnership with the North Texas Council of Governments to use their master contract with the USP to provide the service line warranty program. We've provided the interlocal agreement for with the COG for your review, which is really the vehicle to get the process started, and we're asking Council to approve it.
Do I have comments from Council on this? I have mine, but I'm going to wait till y'all are through.
Why don't you lead us, Mayor?
I voted against this last time. And just to give a little background, I ran a fence company here for 25 years, and I had a stellar reputation. Never got a hot check, never had anybody refuse to pay me. 5 years ago, my health got to where I couldn't run it anymore, and I shut the company down. But if someone with this exact same thing came to my office and said, I'm from Pig's Knuckle, Iowa, and I'm selling a maintenance agreement that 100+ companies sell, but people are throwing away all of the information in the brochures I send, and I want your company name, your company logo, your company envelopes. I want you to write me a letter that says I'm the one to do this, and I want you to give me a copy of your client list over your 25 years of business. I guarantee, and for this, we will pay you 50 cents for each and every one of these we sell. I guarantee you they'd be out of my office quicker than they came in. Just to give you a kind of a relation, it would cost more to buy that Coca-Cola name than it would for everything that Coca-Cola owns. That's called blue sky. That's called buying a reputation. It's called buying a name. It's called buying a logo. And that's exactly what this company has come in and asked to do. They can sell to anybody in San Angelo, and I welcome them selling to anybody in San Angelo, just like the 100 other plus companies that do the same thing. But I don't want to give them my city logo. And I don't want to give them my city envelopes. And I don't want to give them a city recommendation. I don't want to give them all of this because that's not the purpose of city. And I think that our blue sky and our stellar reputation and our credit reference as a city, I think is worth far, far more than 50 cents for every one of these that these people can sell. And I think it is absurd that the city gets into this. And that's my humble opinion.
You want mine?
Yes, you're next.
I think these services are important to our citizens, and I think that certainly we need to have faith in the companies that we select to work with. And the only reason that this one was considered, and I know there are others, was because they had, I believe, a stellar reputation. For us to do nothing as a community really causes no risk. But I don't think that's what we're in the business of. Bob stands before us. He works in affordable housing. We actually build and sell houses to citizens. We help rehab their homes. There's all sorts of things we do that take on risk that someone else could say is unnecessary or not the role of government. But really, to me, at the end of the day, we're here to provide and look for services that improve the lives of our citizens. And to my knowledge, there is no company locally that wants to come in and compete to provide this service for the same rate that this company is offering. And so I'm very willing to acknowledge again that I ask that this be put on the agenda because I'm more interested in having access to services that are otherwise unaffordable to our citizens than to simply do nothing.
Rodney.
The last time this came up, I voted for this, and I thought that this was going to be a good thing to provide the lower rates. After that meeting, I had a couple of business owners come to me, and actually they kind of gave me the same story that Dwayne just told me. And they said, you need to look at it this way. Would you allow your logo, my company, I have a small company, and someone came in to me and said they wanted to use my company that I built up over all these years, would you allow them to do that? And I said, no, I wouldn't. These guys told me the same thing. Why would you ever let the city let them have the city's logo to do this? I am going to change my mind on this time, and I just looked at it in depth, and I kind of feel like this is a free market. They can come in, they can do whatever they want, they can mail out to they can find the same mailing list we have. That's possible. I buy mailing lists monthly, and so they can do all those things. And if they think that this market is that great of a market, then they will still keep their costs down. They should still be able to keep the cost down. In fact, they should save money because they're not going to pay out 50 cents per client and in the beginning. So that's my feeling on this. I think Dwayne hit the nail on the head on this where, last time I know he did, I didn't listen to him last time about, this is a slippery slope. We do it here, and now, next month it's AAA plumbing that's going to provide the plumbing on the inside, and it's the fence company that's going to do this. Do we back them and we let them use our logo for? And actually, we gave this away for too low of a cost, anyways. When I did look at it, I think Charlotte, you brought this up that last time that there were some other cities that got more money than we got, a good bit more. So that's my thoughts on this.
We're not preventing anyone from doing business in the city of San Angelo. We're not closing any doors. They are welcome to do business in our city. But they don't need my help or the city's help to do it. Any other comments on this, Charlotte?
Same question that I had last time, Bob, was the wording in the contract. I questioned where it said that from the resident side of the meter to the house. I questioned, when there is leaks in the foundation in those pipes, and the gentleman assured us, oh no, that was included, they would cover it. But I don't see a contract in today's presentation that shows they changed that wording. And I can't support it without knowing that the people are protected with the leak, because I know what it costs to have a cement slab jackhammered because of a leak in my water line.
I do have a representative from USP here that can answer some of those questions. I do want to clarify a couple of things. First off, it's they increased they included a upfront licensing fee of $45,000 to the city, which we didn't have before, and then they're increasing it to 60 cents per participant versus 50 cents. So they're a very competitive company. And again, we got to remember that the city provides these services, water and sewer. So that's why we consider to entertain this type of company in the first place. So,
Mayor,
I wouldn't sell my company's name for $45,000, and it's been out of business 5 years.
Yeah,
yes,
I don't think that's my interest. And I understand we have a philosophical difference that's been expressed here, and I appreciate that. I have no interest in the city taking a fee up front for anything. What we talked about before, I thought, was looking at a way to, or we could, if we did, to use that to help residents who are in need, like your emergency repair program.
Correct.
But I would hate for this to in any way hinge on some upfront payment. I'm not in favor of that for this, nor was I in favor of that on our trash contract. So I want to be clear that I'm not interested in getting paid anything. I want a service for our citizens.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
And I might add that, that's the beauty of sitting on this council is we can agree to disagree. And I disagree with these two, and that's fine. But my bottom line is I saw it as it's an option. The citizen can take it or leave it, bottom line. But then I think of the folks that have called me time and time again for help with issues such as this, water line, sewer line. And I saw this as a way to help them and possibly, just rectify the problem. And there's been quite a few. There's a lot of the elderly that have approached me on hey, do I know of an organization that could help me, or a church or something. So it always comes my way. So again, I agree to disagree with whoever's against it, but that's fine. At the end of the day, that citizen will check yes or no, and it's over. So I just want to throw that in.
Can I have my question answered on the contract?
I think the question you asked, and the last time our controversy was that it ended at the exterior of the foundation, and that's what the contract said. But yet the man, when I questioned him, said, no, if it's inside the house, we'll go in that concrete and we'll fix that. But the contract said exterior of the foundation.
Thank you. Bonnie Curitan with Utility Service Partners. And I believe the attorney has the contract, and in the terms of the contract, it says when that pipe daylights into the home, which means it goes through the concrete and has air, opens up to the light. So yes, we will tear up the concrete and replace it. That is included in our service.
And you changed your contract accordingly.
And it's in the terms and conditions that you all have vetted. Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to see that. I'd like to see where you're actually going to go into the foundation to fix a leak, because your contract says exterior of the foundation. That means the outside.
That's what the old one did.
I'd like to see where you're going to go into it.
I believe the city clerk can bring that up. It should be in the background information. I don't have a whole backup with me.
Here, I can show you what we do
in
have
our
here.
background? Because I never saw it in our background.
I can show you what it, would you like to see it here?
Yes.
This is what you have. If you look on item 4.
We're both
coverage.
interlocal and the contract in the background. Yeah, okay.
While you're reading that, can I make a statement?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Marty. My issue is not even the slab. My issue goes right back to giving away the city logo and allowing it to be on the letterhead. There are, Johnny said, allows them to do this. There are companies already in town right now. I use them on a daily basis that provide this service. They provide this service, exact service.
$6.
No,
$6 a month?
I do a full package. Usually, like when we sell a house, it's usually a full home warranty. So it's a package deal, and it's usually, depending on the company you use, it can be as low as $350 a year, all the way up to $550 a year.
Yeah, I think that's the difference, though.
Right, but my issue is we're giving away.
You're talking about people that have the opportunity to access something, and I think that's sort of a philosophical difference. We're talking about people that don't have this necessarily the same access to the different programs.
Right.
I remember the first time I took a bus tour, and it may have included Johnny, the mayor, Charlotte. We went through Blackshear, and we literally saw people that were trying to replace a sewer line themselves because they had no funding, and what that does to the interior of a home, not to mention to the neighborhood. So, I respect a difference of opinion, but I don't think that a product like this is available to our public for the cost that's being offered. And I'm willing to take the risk of using the logo. I would love for someone in our community to offer the same thing. And if they would, I think we would have been talking to them.
But how fair is that for the next company that comes up and asks to use our logo? It's not.
I think we look at them, one at a time and determine, again, what our risk is.
And this isn't an exclusivity.
Right.
But what I'm hearing Elizabeth say, and thank you for reminding me about that tour, is you're simply advocating for the homes and the public, the people out there that cannot afford to research, don't have online, can't Google. They're looking for a city endorsement to know that it's safe to spend their money in something and it not be wasted. And that's the cloud, the security that you're looking for people and that you're talking to.
Absolutely.
And we have a number of those homes. A number. I walked in on the dirt floors and the falling through the wood floors and the exposed sewer lines, and they simply don't have the money, but they don't know who to trust. That's what you're looking for.
Yes, may I ask a question on that? If those people that have the dirt floors and the crushed sewer lines and the water lines were to take out this insurance tomorrow, would this company come out and repair what they've already got?
No pre-existing.
Well, I believe they do.
They would come out and
within
do
30 days.
pre-existing repairs?
Well, again, I'll let you-
Yes, we dropped any
so.
pre-existing condition from the contract.
So if they've got a sewer line that is rotten from the house all the way to the street, and it's been rotten for years, and they sign up for $6 worth of insurance, you will go out there and replace that sewer line?
What I heard you say is if they have a sewer line that has been inoperable for years.
No. What she said, we went out and they're leaking and they're raw sewage and they're broken, and they've been like that for years.
They're leaking and there's sewage leaking, which not only impacts the environment and your cost in managing your water and sewer, it also impacts the homeowner in terms of increased rates. And the answer to that is as long as there's something flowing, it's leaking, we will cover it. So if it's completely broken and hasn't been operational for years, no, we won't cover it. However, if there's something flowing, even though it's leaking, yes, there is no pre-existing condition in our contract.
Hang on, Mayor.
I'm just going to let her finish.
I have a house, and my sewer line has been leaking from the exterior of the house for the last year. I can go in and take this $6 a month sewer line repair and turn it into you, and you will come out and replace my sewer line, even though it's leaking before I take the insurance?
We will do what's most cost effective for you that prevents the destroying of your grounds. We will repair the leak. Now, you said you will replace your sewer line. We do whatever's needed. We would repair the leak.
I'm going to start buying insurance on life after I've died, if that's the situation.
Isn't there such a thing as that?
That's great, Mayor.
Yeah,
That's
there
good.
is.
It's good to know.
I like that.
You're going to die to spite yourself, aren't you?
But let me add that these are services the city provides anyway. I mean, you talk about water and sewer. Rodney, you asked about the next company coming up. Well, it better be a company that repairs streets or does something to us, you know? So these are two essential services that we as a city provide them halfway up to their property line anyway. But if you're willing to repair that for that elderly folk that can't afford that $4,000 bill, that's what I'm looking at.
And I appreciate you mentioning that because it's completely different than your fence company or someone else, because what we do directly impacts your bottom line. There's a line item in your budget for conservation of water and sewer, and if the homeowner's line is leaking, it affects you. It affects your qualifications with the EPA. It's very few services that are offered to the city that have that position, and so that's why it's critical that we partner with you to help solve not only the residential issue, but you all have a greater issue on your hands. And so this is just really one small cog in the wheel of solving an environmental issue.
Well spoken.
I want to go on record as saying I don't believe that. I believe that they'll come out and they'll look at every one of these things on a case-by-case deal, and that's what I deal with right now with all the home warranties. I deal with home warranties weekly. And they come out and it's dealt with on a case-by-case deal, and they'll end up saying, well, it's been leaking for 3 months or something like that, which most of the time when we're talking about these situations, it is a prolonged period of time before you ever even know that you have these problems. So I'm on record as saying I don't believe that you guys will fix all these things when it comes time. And I'm just saying from my experience with past home warranty companies, this is their track record. They're going to promise you the sky, and they're going to give you nothing.
Okay, may I address that? We went through an extensive vetting process with the COG, and one of the areas that we rated highest in, not only with the COG, but with the Better Business Bureau, is in business ethics. And if I sit here today and tell you that we will repair it, then we will repair it. We have one of the lowest denied claim rates in any industry doing this type of service. And the main reasons they were denied was because somebody signed up for water and they had the sewer problem. So we would count that as a denied claim. However, somebody that there used to be a pre-existing condition in the contract, you're absolutely right. And we were able to take a look at it and we removed it. We removed it because it's very difficult to say, was it leaking yesterday, or did it just start leaking today? It's very difficult to determine when that leak started, so we just removed it. Totally. And if you go back, I will ask you to please vet our references.
No, I'm just saying this out right here on record, that if this does pass and you guys get this to pass,
Yes, sir.
that you had better cover every one of them.
You want my home number?
No, I'm just saying that you've totally opened yourself up to, I would think, a bunch of lawsuits.
And you will also have to go under the concrete floor, because that's what it says. The service line under the concrete floor.
We were waiting on Marty.
I'm waiting on Marty, and then you, and then Liz.
Well, I can't speak till you get through.
You.
Hang on, Mayor. Hang on.
You get the last word. I gave you the first word, too.
Mayor Pro Tem Cole.
I think it's important that we realize that as she's saying, they're going to fix the leak, not replace the line, okay? And those are definitely different deals. But I would really like to hear public comment before we go any further.
I've got Elizabeth and then Charlotte, and then we're going to go to public comment. Elizabeth?
One of the issues at the last meeting, or I get a question, was that there were other companies who did this. I think Mary found others online, and I know there is a representative of another company here. While you're at the podium, can you tell us what you found with regard to some of the claims that she made about how they pay claims, what their rating is with the Better Business Bureau, what the North Central Texas COG found when they were vetting the different companies?
Yeah, well, they did. They vetted 4 companies, USP, American Water, Dominion, and Home Services USA. They checked for quality, handling customer grievances, just to name a few, quality of homeowner contracts, a variety, a slew of criteria, and USP was the winner. And I did a cursory review, and one of the things that came up, for example, is I looked at the complaints in the last 3 years. One of them, Home Service, had 315, and USP had 21, the same period of time. So they're very, those are the kind of things that COG looked at so otherwise they wouldn't endorse it. And so they are very reputable. And so.
Charlotte?
Yes, first of all, remind me again, Bob, what are we going to do with the $45,000 up front, and is that an annual fee?
It would be an annual, well, the upfront is $45,000, and then 60 cents per participant.
Right.
That's going to vary. We haven't come to council yet, but we're going to recommend that we put it into the housing support, things like emergency repairs to help offset the cost of where they don't cover everything. We can come in with the grant funds to help cover those things.
And then my second was a comment, ma'am, sorry I failed to get your name, but thank you for your presentation. I appreciate and applaud your tenacity and sticking by your guns.
Mayor, if I could.
Yes, sir.
That $45,000 isn't entirely up front. It's spread out over the 3 years, 22.5, and then another court, 25%.
Thank you for the reminder.
But it's above and beyond the initial, yeah,
Right.
that's right.
Exactly.
It's above and beyond the 60
Well,
cents.
that is a revenue to the city. It can't become an expenditure until it is run through the budgeting
Right.
process.
So it'll be some time before we come to council with that.
Thank you.
If it gets approved.
Public comment.
Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon still. My name is Dana Batiste. I'm with HomeServe USA. I'd just like to make a quick comment about the number that was just sped out about the 300 unsatisfied. Or HomeServe is the largest in the industry. We've got 2.5 million contracts, 1.5 million customers. So, you know, everyone's with I would say a 90% success rate, 98%. Better Business Bureau's AA+. HomeServe is I'd like to credit HomeServe today for basically through this competitive process, giving the citizens a better value. They've just was just talked about how the upfront revenue is $45,000 when it was $0 from the last council meeting. So we have an opportunity here to present our company. I think the citizens would benefit greatly. HomeServe is, and I'm going off of the last council meeting. The last council meeting, there was talks about pre-existing conditions. HomeServe covers all pre-existing conditions, Mayor. So if the sewer line is crushed and it needs to be replaced, a citizen can sign up, and in 30 days, on the 31st day, we will come out and replace that line. Same with the water line. There was a conversation about at the last council meeting about the concession payment to the city. $6,000 to $10,000 was the number mentioned. We see in our industry, you know, that the city would generate anywhere from $50,000 to $60,000, over $60,000 a year. And that could go to the HomeServe Cares program, which would help the people, the disadvantaged, the elderly, the ones that could not afford the insurance, the warranty plan. You know, HomeServe covers up to $12,000 annually for replacing water and sewer lines, not the $4,000. So if we see an existing condition happening over and over and over again, HomeServe basically will replace the line because it will cost us more money to keep coming out to repair that line, to continue to repair. It's just easier for us to replace the line. So it's a great program. I commend the city for doing it. It's a positive step. It helps the people that cannot afford, that can't come up with the, you know, it could cost more than $4,000 if there's a tree, if you've got to take a tree down and the trees are blocking the sewer line. So I commend the city for it. I would ask the city table and let HomeServe come in and give a presentation and show what our value to the citizens of San Angelo is. And then from that point, the city can make a decision, and I applaud the decision to move forward. I think it's a great program. It makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment on this?
Mr. Batista mentioned the $4,000. That's actually incorrect. We will cover any incident that occurs up to $4,000 as many times as it occurs during the year. So there's no cap, there's no $12,000 cap on what we will cover. And if indeed the line is leaking and we have to repair it and it makes economic sense to replace it, we will indeed replace it. And we have no deductible for our plan. Also, I just want to mention that in terms of the logo, during the last meeting, someone mentioned that you all can go down for a realtor and pay and actually be able to get the logo. This is an issue where really it's a partnership for us to solve the overall problem. And we have found that residents or citizens open and read the information at a higher rate when it comes from the city. Now, they have complete option as to whether they decide to do it or to not do it. You have complete discretion on what you do with the funds, whether you set them aside for people who can't afford it. But it is an ongoing issue. It's been a national issue. There's over 28 cities in Texas that have joined the NICCOG agreement. We have paid out more than $2.67 million in claims in Texas alone. And we use local plumbers. We don't set a cap on what they can charge. We have a master plumber in-house that works with them. So the monies that are spent stay in San Angelo, which is critically important to the economy. So I feel that it's a win-win for everyone. And our goal is really to educate and to be cost effective. Not only did we come up with upfront money for San Angelo and increase the royalty, which it's a wonderful thought. The city of Atlanta has done miracles with their funding for low income. But we also lowered the rate to the homeowner. We lowered it by 75 cents per product to make it more affordable for for the citizens of San Angelo. So with that, I would hope and I would ask that you would approve this, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further comment from the public before we vote on this?
Mr. Mayor, you know, I'm a verbiage guy. If it's not in writing, it doesn't exist. Last night, we had our homeowners association meeting. I'm sorry,
State
Jude
your name.
Richard. Jude Richard. We had our homeowners association meeting, and I had a discussion about this very issue with some of the people that live in our neighborhood. And our issue is that the city is selling the logo.
Yes.
This is not just an endorsement. This is the city selling its letterhead and its envelopes and its logo. That's where the citizens are taking offense. Not in that we're not negating any other competition or anybody else coming in and offering the service or even just a simple endorsement from the city. This is our city logo. This is the people that you're selling, and you're giving it to one company. That's where the people in my neighborhood that I've had discussions with, that's where they have had the issue. Just like where Mr. Fleming has had an opportunity to talk with some of the business owners, that's their issue, that you're selling our logo.
Thank you, Jude.
Excuse me,
Is this exclusivity?
What homeowner organization are you with?
It's not.
Actually,
Country Club Lake Estates.
But we can give it to somebody else, yeah. It's
You
not
can give it to
exclusive.
another home warranty company?
I mean, equal opportunity.
I don't think they're going to
No,
much
we
appreciate.
is that correct?
Hello, Terry.
If, go ahead, and then we'll settle our question.
Are you, go ahead, I
Go
can
ahead,
wait.
Terry.
I'm Terry Jackson, and I'm here for the San Angelo Association of Realtors. Rodney talked about several home warranties that we offer already that are available. My question is, on this one, is this plan open to everyone, or is it only open to those that are needing help?
Everyone.
To everyone? And $6 only covers certain programs, certain insurance, or is that $6 for everything per month?
There's two services, there's two products.
Okay.
A water line and a sewer line.
That's right.
Okay.
It may be, I forget the numbers, but it's 6 for one, maybe 5 for the other, or something like that.
Okay. That was, and then there is no, if you have something you call, is there a charge at that time?
No, she's saying no.
No, okay. I am not in favor, the same as the other people, about the city giving their logo, their name to endorse this. There's a lot of companies out there, there's two here today, that do this particular thing. We deal, Rodney and I, on a daily basis. There's 4 or 5 companies that are available. They're going to be a little bit more expensive, but they also cover everything within the house. So I think at this time it would be better, in my opinion, for whatever that's worth, to not endorse this.
Does
Thank
the Board of Realtors endorse any product or anyone?
No, we do not.
Anyone?
No, we do not. It's a selection that the homeowner makes on their own.
She's getting at a political endorsement, which that's totally,
Oh, political
that's
endorsement? We're talking
irrelevant.
about
That doesn't matter.
utilities, I
I just want to
think.
know if they endorse. I just want
That's
to
a-
know.
that's-
Because it's important you make decisions when
Sure.
that logo passes, and I understand that.
Sure, we do. We have a political side, which you're aware of. I think everybody here is. And we do that, but as far as utilities, as far as home warranties, we do not. That's
And does
a
the-
decision.
Does the Association of Realtors, that, when you're talking about the local organization,
Mm-hmm.
you provide a home warranty?
There are 4 or 5 different companies that are chosen, and the way it works is usually in the transaction in a sale of a property that they can, at that time, do it and or enlist on one. They can also do it any time
But those
after.
are, those are companies that your organization has vetted as well?
They're companies that work within our area.
Okay.
Not
They
with
have
our
to-
association. They have, they have the same as they, with all of their people that they work with. They're from our area, and they cover this area.
They have to be licensed by the state of Texas, and only, what she's saying is, and it fluctuates, actually. It
does.
can go, I've seen a high of 6 or 7 companies that actually will come to this area. And now it's probably about 4 or 5
about 4 or
companies that
5.
are actually in this area. So, but
So they've already gone through, and they have, have agreements with all of the different people, the plumbers, the electricians, everybody else, of what they charge and how they do their business.
Similar to what we're doing here, or considering?
no.
No, not at all.
They don't give it doesn't we don't give out the logo that says San Angelo
No.
Board of Realtors to anybody
No.
on
Well, I know, but
anything.
when you endorse, it's a.
They're
similar-
not
We're not
endorsing.
endorsing.
Okay.
They're not
We don't
endorsing
endorse
it.
them. We don't endorse them. They are
That's what I started-
companies.
That's what I asked you in the beginning, I'm sorry.
You asked me about political endorsement.
No,
in the
when
beginning.
I asked you about the companies that.
We don't
that you
endorse them.
mentioned. Okay.
No, there's 5 companies, and it is up to individuals to choose which one they want. You know, we have all the
You just offer
paperwork.
information.
Yeah, we just offer it. We have brochures. Look at this. Is this something you'd be interested in? Yes, no, which one? Pretty
And
much
do
it.
any of them have pricing like what you're hearing?
The ones that, you know, these, like I said, include everything in the house. Your electrical, your heating and air conditioning, all that. They're anywhere from about $28 or $29 a month up from there, just depending on what you want to, how much you want to pay.
Right.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
There was one question that was asked that I need you that I'd like for you to answer, please, ma'am. And that is the logo. Would it be an exclusive logo to your company only, or is this a logo? Can we give it to every company that comes in here that does this and ask for it?
You know, that would be a question for legal. I honestly don't know. What we're asking is that you partner with us in the solicitation, and in terms of the logo, it would be the use of your logo in conjunction with the National League of Cities and Utility Service Line Partners. So it's not strictly your logo, and the letter won't just come from you. It will come from the National League of Cities Service Line Warranty Program in partnership with the City of San Angelo. Because this is not just a San Angelo problem. This is a national issue. And the other thing I wanted to clarify was that we only offer this service in partnership with cities, because you get a zillion mailings out there, and there is a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth because people don't live up to what those things say. And we are all about integrity and doing what we say. And we have not only the National League of Cities reputation on our backs, we have the city's reputation on our backs, as well as our own integrity. So we will not solicit to the City of San Angelo residents without a partnership with you. That is because of the market. That's just because of the way we choose to do the business.
Question.
Charlotte's first.
Don't sit down, because I have
Okay.
a question for you.
First of all, I want to clarify something that, in my understanding of all of this, was this is not exclusive. It's not an exclusivity. If another company wants to come in and the vetting process, you know, is done and the city wants to do the same, there can be multiple companies out there. Now, and the reason I say that, I'm going to follow something
No.
that
It is, let me just clarify that for this service, just strictly the repair and replacement of the laterals, there, we ask that you not sign. I don't know the exact language. It's a legal issue, but.
Well, that brings me to a question that was just brought up yesterday by Senator Perry, and in his statement with the judicial representatives that were there. If we as a government, municipality, and we take money, you know, from the government, then we have to apply to everyone. We cannot be exclusive, and that's going to get into the next recommendations down, and you'll find it in a minute, Bob, that, you know, we have to be equal to everyone. And we have to offer that equal. If I'm going to offer our logo, you know, to you, because we're doing the vetting on your company for our citizens out there, I have to be equal to another company. I have to be equal. That's the way I understand it. I believe in this program for the people that are not smart, savvy on how to Google and look up the background information, and they're depending on the city to say, we have vetted this company, and we feel strongly that they'll stand behind their contract to you. That's what they're dependent on us saying, and that's what I'm looking here, because I took out a home warranty contract when I changed homes just a couple of years ago, and I fought them for 2 years now because, you know, I paid my premium in advance, and it said in the brochure they did XXX. First service call, first year was $45. Second year they jumped to $75, which was no mention in the first year contract. But I had to fight them for every repair, numerous service calls, and I don't expect anyone to go through this. Yes, it was my choice. I was given 5 brochures at the home closing sale for me to choose, whoever had the nicest brochure, you know, and I chose a popular one, but I had bad service with them. So for an individual out there, fixed income people that do not know how to do the research themselves, there is a comfort zone in the city doing that vetting and them trusting that the city has checked this for them. And that's the reason I grilled you so bad on the contract. What does it say in the contract? And I just wanted to make that clarification that this isn't exclusivity. If we do for one.
It is, because their economics don't work if it's for every company, including the ones that Rodney's mentioned and Terry. It doesn't work.
Right.
So they've never represented it any other way. I'm sure that's how Dana's company functions.
It's an industry standard.
Yeah.
It is. It's an industry standard for the exclusivity. It's an industry standard.
Microphone.
Dana Batiste with HomeServe again. It's an industry standard. It's an industry standard for the exclusivity. It's an industry standard for the no charge, no call outs. Those are all industry standards. That's why taking this through an RFP process will clear up all those questions that the council has. It'll all your concerns. So it's pretty much an industry standard.
My main concern is the logo.
The logo is an industry standard.
I understand that, but that's where the people, my people in my district that are coming to me and the business owners are coming to me and saying, do not let any company, and I don't have anything against either one of your companies. I don't know you personally, but don't let any company have the logo of the city of San Angelo, no matter what the business is.
You know, what we've seen in the past, and through the 50 years that HomeServe has been internationally existing, what we've seen in the past is that the actual customer service aspect increases when you have this service to offer to your constituents at a high level. And HomeServe being the largest in the industry with 1.5 million customers, you know, morphles everyone else. I mean, Birmingham, Alabama, Salt Lake City, you know, it basically, we've penetrated 30% of the market in Salt Lake in the first year because the citizens realize it's a service that they need.
The clock's running on you.
Yes, I'm done.
Right, and I would just can I clarify one thing, is that there was an extensive, in fact, I wasn't here during that time, but there was a grueling vetting process and RFP process that went through NICCOG. And HomeServe was part of that, as well as top 4 other contenders in the industry. And the bottom line is that out of all of those companies, USP scored the highest in all of the areas, and HomeServe scored the lowest in the point evaluation.
Johnny?
I think we've beat this.
We have beat it to death.
Well, I do have a question, and I forget her name, I'm sorry. Bonnie. If this were to pass, and if I were to receive an envelope and an offer, with all due respect on the issues on the logo, where is there our city logo on the envelope that I receive?
I would have to clarify that. I believe so. Yeah. I believe there is.
And the reason I asked that is just a couple of weeks ago, I had an offer in the mail, and it was the same water, issue type of offer. And I guarantee, I wish I would have gone back and read it. But you know what I did? I tore it up. I didn't even look at it. Didn't even, I didn't even think twice about opening it up. But I think in this case, I would at least say, wait a minute, what is this? So I see where you're saying that you need the partnership with that logo. That's the only thing it does. And with all due respect to everybody else that's against it, I totally see. Because I guarantee you, David Batiste would be doing the same thing. He'd want the logo. He'd want everything else. So,
but let's not get in the business of selling our logo.
Absolutely.
Let's go to public comment, and then I'm going to ask somebody to make a motion on this, and let's move on.
Yes, my name is Jim Turner, and I like the idea of a warranty, but I do not like the way that this is would be using the city's logo, name, reputation, and asset. If we want to make sure that people know about this program, they have water and sewer, it's very simple. We take and put a list of companies that we have vetted in the water bill. Doesn't require our logo on their letterhead, doesn't require our logo on their sales brochure, and they know exactly that, yes, the city has vetted these companies, or even if it's just a one company that we have vetted at that time, this company we know provides this service, here's the facts. And if they don't read their water bill, they're not going to probably read anything else from the city government anyway. They're going to read that because that is money out of their pocket. And if one of the reasons we went to the type of water bill we have right now is the ability to provide vital information to the public that the city council, the water department, thinks is important for the citizens to know. We think it's important for them to know about these service line warranty programs. The appropriate way to do that is put those companies that we have vetted that are good companies, have a solid reputation, and are doing business in the area, and have a list of those as part of the water bill, but not give them our name, reputation, and possibly even entangle the city in a legal issue just because we happened to have an agreement with them to help them promote their business here. We do need to be very fair with every company that offers this service, so we actually have competition for this type of thing. And we do not need the city in the business of favoring one company over another company that provides the same service. There are 32 companies, last I checked, that are licensed by the state of Texas to provide some sort of warranty service statewide. We've only had presentations so far from 2 of them. They're probably good companies. I haven't done in-depth research on them, but I know that none of the companies out there have got a perfect track record. If you take and start looking for problems with these service line warranties, you're going to get pages and pages of it, and every company that does them has had issues. They're not perfect. But the city of San Angelo is not here to endorse one company over another. They're there to endorse service to the citizens, but don't give up the logo, don't give up your name, don't give up your reputation for that. There's better ways to do it, and if they don't want to take and just have an endorsement that's part of the water bill insert saying, we've checked them out, they provide this service, then we probably don't need to be doing business with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. State your name. You've got 3 to 5.
Mary Casper, and I'm really not too sure if this is the appropriate place for all the comments, you know, with this one and the next one. I agree with Mr. Turner, very much so. I don't think the city has any place in giving out their logo. The other thing is, and I look at it a little bit differently as far as the royalty, quote unquote, that is actually another tax on your taxpayers. Taxpayers are getting hit enough. We've got other taxes coming up. The city has got bonds that you want to go ahead and approve for roads, water, et cetera, et cetera. So you're asking them to pay an extra fee over and above this warranty service. Yeah, it's only 5 cents. But sometimes 5 cents and 5 cents and 5 cents and 10 cents and another $4 on their tax bill and another increase in a hotel occupancy tax or a car rental tax or whatever is beginning to mount up. The oil well fields are going, the price of oil is going down. You have to consider all of these things in addition. Yeah, it's only 5 cents. Well, when does it become 1,000? So I want you to take that into consideration also, especially with the low-income people. There are other products out there, and I think it has to be open to everyone. If you want to say, yes, this is a good company, put it in the water bill. Give them the number for the Better Business Bureau. And educate the people. Don't just provide the service, educate them. Because if you have skin in the game, that's when you're going to go ahead and do something about it, instead of being babysat. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casper.
Mayor?
Yes,
if
sir.
I could, there was some discussion and question about whether or not this agreement was an exclusive license agreement. I think Ms. Farmer suggested that it was non-exclusive.
It is.
There's been lots of discussion about the next agenda item, which is specifically about the license agreement. That proposed agreement is attached there, and Section 2 of that reads, "City hereby grants to SLWA a non-exclusive license to use the city's name and logo, etc." So she suggested it was non-exclusive. She's correct. It is non-exclusive, as it is written in the agenda item attachments.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Well, for clarification, I don't have that right in front of me. However, if I recall, the city agreement would provide that the city would not grant a similar license to a company offering water and sewer line warranties.
They both said it has to be exclusive.
Right.
They both said they have to be the only one.
Right.
Mayor, he's correct. That language is farther down in that paragraph.
Right, right.
City agrees that
the non-exclusive there means that in other lines of business or for other reasons, the city might grant a license to utilize its logo. But for warranty service for water and sewer lines, we will not grant the same license.
So it is exclusive.
with regard to this business line, yes. But for other issues.
Yeah. Well, that's what both of them said, that it was exclusive. Do I have any further comments on this before? Well, there hasn't even, nobody's even moved to accept or deny.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do you have a motion to approve from Elizabeth?
I'm going to second that.
Okay, it has been seconded. Rodney?
No, I was going to make a motion, but she beat me.
Okay, we've got a motion on the floor.
Fair and
We have to
square.
deal with it.
Yes.
Public comment, we've opened it up. Has everyone had their say? You got 1 minute.
I think we've had her.
I think,
We've already,
Yeah,
we've already done, and
Bonnie, I think we're done.
I would like to hear from the city manager, though, staff's recommendation.
This is the way I look at it. We have multiple cities with reputations as well, the National League of Cities with a great reputation. This has been debated with them, I'm sure, as well, as far as do we use a city logo or not. These entities looked at the what USP would provide and did decide to go with them. I know this is a local preference on our part, but I will tell you that there is a need for the service that USP does provide. We know that although there are those warranties out there that cover the majority of other issues within a home, some of our citizens can't afford that. And that's the biggest concern that I have. Again, it has been vetted out by multiple cities, National League of Cities. They did put their reputations on the line in signing an agreement with these individuals. And that's the way I look at it at this point. There is a service that can be provided that our citizens, some of our citizens just cannot afford. And this is an opportunity to be able to do that. So again, this is a local preference. It just depends on what the city of San Angelo is comfortable doing as far as the logo.
Up to call for the vote. Motion has been made that we accept this interlocal agreement, giving our logo, our name, our reputation, and everything else. Call for the vote. All of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Hold your hand up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nays? Be a 4-3, it passed. Let's hit number 15 and then let's break the lunch. You want ready to quit?
I've got to quit.
50, well, it
Well,
passed.
just vote on it.
It won't take but a
related.
minute to
Can
do
we-
15.
This is the second
Same
part,
thing.
this is the second part of the
It's the
formula.
consideration and approval of licensing agreement between the City of San Angelo and Utility Service Partners Private Label to provide line repair coverage to homeowners residing in the City of San Angelo.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we do have a motion to approve. We have a second. I think we've already had comment from the public and from the council. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Raise up your hand again. 1, 2, 3, 4 nays. Put a 4-3 on that and it passed. Now we're going to go to executive. What do you think on this, boss? This is liable to take some time.
I'd say maybe an hour and a half this time
Yeah.
around, so.
Executive session under the Division of Government Code Title V, Open Government Ethics, Subtitle A, Open Government Chapter 551, Open Meetings, Subchapter D, Exceptions requirement that meetings be open under the following sections. Section 5510712, to consult with attorney on a matter in which the duty of the attorney of the governmental body and the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with the chapter regarding matters related to the development agreements between the City of San Angelo, City of San Angelo Development Corporation, and Marta for Hersphere Energy System. Number 2, Section 55107.2, deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property regarding A, parcel of land out of an unopened portion of Avenue H, and small tracts out of J. Ebert Survey and U-Haul Development Edition, City of San Angelo, and B, a parcel of land out of J. Ebert Survey, City of San Angelo, potential sites for a police department administration building. I'm going to say we will not be back before 2, but I'll make an announcement at 2. It's probably going to be 2:30. We are 12:33, Brian. Y'all ready? It is 1:59. Let's go ahead and get started with our meeting. It has been requested, Rodney has to leave at 3. Also, there's some people in the audience that asked that we move item number 18 next and deal with this one. Do you have a problem with it, Marty?
No, sir.
Johnny? No, sir. Charlotte?
Oh.
Don? Elizabeth? Let's move 18 up and we'll take care of that. And I've almost talked long enough until we've got to 2 o'clock when I said we'd start. So I guess if I talk just a little bit longer, that we would be able to get from 159. Number 18 is a discussion of proposing an ordinance regulating the use of handheld mobile communication devices while driving and providing direction to staff. Mr. Fleming, this one is yours, sir. And it's 2 o'clock.
This came about probably a couple months ago. I was reading through some things on texting and driving, and I have 2 kids that are about to get their driver's license. It really made me start thinking more about this texting and driving thing. I started researching it, and I found out that through research that there are over 40 cities throughout the state of Texas that already have texting and driving and talking and driving laws on the books. San Antonio is the biggest city, and they just passed January 1st their strongest ordinance to date. And what their ordinance says is they won't allow any texting while driving and no talking while driving except on a Bluetooth type device. You can talk on your phone within the city limits. There's a fine if you're caught doing either one of these things. And I felt like researching more, I found out that more than 25% of all accidents are now due to driver inattention. So they're just not paying attention to the road. I myself was almost ran off the road last week by a lady that was talking on the phone. She wasn't texting, but she was talking. And in the last 5 years, this problem has just escalated so high because everybody does everything on their phone. They look on the internet on their phone, they check their Facebook, their emails, everything on their phone, and they're doing it all while they're driving their car. And I think this is an ordinance that we should pass, just like 40 other cities in the state of Texas have already passed. The wording, I've passed out a copy of the wording of the ordinance for San Antonio in there, and it does spell out about them having hands-free devices and whether they can use hands-free device while they're talking. It also, the way their ordinance is written, it says that when you're stopped at a stoplight or a stop sign, you cannot text and you cannot talk on the phone at those times either, because you've got to you need to be paying attention to what's going on anyways. So I felt like this was something that was near and dear to my heart, and I thought that this is something that the city of San Angelo should move forward on.
This is a discussion item. Who else wants to weigh in?
Well, I agree with you. I tried to get this council to do something about it 3 years ago, and I see people, including myself out there, that your lack of concentration on driving and moving that several thousand-pound vehicle down the road is severely diminished when you're hand-holding and talking on the phone. And by seeing the increasing traffic accidents around town, or I witnessed here a while back, a family member of mine was waved at with one hand, one finger, because the person in front of them, they were stopped at a stoplight, light turned green, and they were there sitting, talking on the phone and not realizing, and the cars roaring up behind knew that it was a green light, and of course a little chain reaction event. It's just, it's not good practice, in my opinion.
I'd like to hear what the police chief has to say about it.
I'd like to hear about it. And, you know, I also would make mention of the fact, Governor-elect Abbott, I guess he's probably governor by now, but he made a statement last week, and he wrote an article, it was in the Austin Statesman, and he said, and the word he used was Californization. He said, we have so many cities with so many ordinances, and they're all different. And he said, wait and let the state legislature deal with this and make a Texas ordinance. And then the cities can adopt the ordinance from the state so that everybody is equal. But you have them from El Paso to San Antonio to Austin, and every one of them are different, with different fines and different ways of violating the law. And that would be my only thing. And I hate these ordinances because it takes away freedom, but you're right. This one is time.
Well, and
people are not responsible.
I think that it's more if the Texas law does change, because there are Texas laws about minors under 18 right now on the books about texting and things like that. But I think it's going to be a while before the state gets that law. Why wouldn't we, like 40 other cities in the state, more than 40? Why wouldn't we go ahead and do this now, and then when the state comes up with a law on the books, then we can modify our ordinance to fit that law word for word?
I think the legislature will deal with it this time. I think it has become important enough. I think that the legislature will deal with it. And you're right. We could make our own ordinance, and then we could change our ordinance, or we could wait and see what the state comes up with. That's just a couple of months down the road. If they don't do it, then we could do our ordinance, or we could modify. We could write ours like the state. That's just my thoughts on it.
And
Anyone else want to weigh in?
My only other thing I'll say, sorry, Liz, my only other thing I want to say about that is since I've been up here in this office, I'm always told that, just wait, it's coming up. It's right around the corner. Well, you know what? I've got projects that started from day one that haven't finished in 2.5 years. And right around the corner how many people can die? How many kids could die in the state or in the city? And that's all. The only thing. If this would save one person, maybe not even from dying, but save one kid from having an accident and losing a limb or being hurt very bad, it would be well worth it to me.
Liz?
When I saw this on the agenda, I was thinking back when I was growing up, you would see occasionally, very occasionally, you would see someone driving with a paperback in their hand. And I can remember thinking how ridiculous that was, that someone was reading and driving an automobile. And yet we're doing it every day now. So I'm very interested in hearing more about this. I know that there's going to be a pushback because of personal liberties, but I'm with you, Rodney. You know the age of my kids, and whether it's them or anyone that can easily be distracted. We all become a victim then by that distracted driver. So I would be very happy to hear more about it. I do want to hear kind of the chief's opinion on it and from the network of people that he's related to, particularly with regard to enforcement. I also think this would be something that we should consider having some night meetings and getting some public dialogue, because I think this is would be kind of a big deal for our community. But I don't have any need to wait. I just think we need to have a public discussion that's not simply within the confines of a council meeting.
And going back to the personal liberties thing, because I'm a big personal liberties person, and in I think it was 1984 when we passed the seatbelt laws, the first seatbelt laws in the state of Texas. Man, everybody, that's just going to be terrible. More people are going to die. That's what everybody kept saying. More people are going to die because of seatbelts. Can you imagine not getting in your car now and not putting on your seatbelt. I can't even imagine doing that. My kids, it's an automatic deal. And it's something that I take as common sense. And talking on the phone and texting on the phone, I take as a common sense. But unfortunately, there's a ton of people out there that have no common sense.
But they become a weapon, so to speak.
Yes.
When they're doing that.
That's right. Johnny?
I wanted to add that, I've often been behind that driver that is weaving, and either they're intoxicated but during the day, I'm sure they're on the cell phone. But even Liz mentioned the pushback, and it reminded me when we had the item on the agenda on the smoking ban, and how people were up here saying that our business is going to suffer, or that we're going to have to shut the doors. Well, it had a reverse effect on a lot of the businesses. They actually expanded, added patios for the folks to go out there and smoke outside. So this thing, if we're not in such a hurry, we could even put it up on the ballot, on the May ballot, if that's the case, and let the citizens decide. That's the way we did it with the smoking, and it took it off our hands. But I'm all with you. I totally agree that a lot of the kids are very irresponsible when it comes to tech. And I've been next to the young folks driving next to me, and I said, look at it, they're texting, and you can.
I don't think it's only young people, though.
No, it's not.
Well, young, old, middle.
It's equal opportunity.
Yeah. So I'm in agreement with the discussion.
Hear from Chief.
Chief?
Yeah, Chief.
I know there's several people that want to. I know there's several people that want to comment on this, so we'll.
Liz, I appreciate you asking me to come up and voice my opinion on it. I'm going to speak solely from the enforcement aspect of it. If you want to create that law, that would be your decision. Enforcement with this law is very problematic. And I'll start first with the cities that have issued texting bans. It's difficult for someone to determine if someone is texting. Now, we all know that when you're standing next to someone, when you drive next to somebody, you see them on their phone, manipulating their phone. We don't know if they're making a call. We don't know if they're putting in an address for a map. Now, if we stop someone under the suspicion that they're texting, unless they offer that's what I was doing, how do we prove that they were texting? And, I was talking to someone about it yesterday, and they said, well, they have to show you their phone. No, they don't. That's their personal property. We're creating an ordinance. This is a Class C misdemeanor, which goes to municipal court. We can't get a search warrant on a Class C misdemeanor. Now, when we do get search warrants on phones where accidents are involved, we are looking at some type of felonious crime that has occurred that allows us to get into that phone to see what was occurring at that time. So if I pull someone over and I say, you were texting and you see your phone, and they say, I don't want to show you my phone, they don't have to show the phone. And so then we're going to have to try to find a way to prove that in court. So that's problematic. Now, by adding the hands-free talking and those type of things, that will be a lot easier to enforce, because somebody will actually have the phone up to their ear if they're violating that law.
Right.
How do you enforce talking through a school zone? I mean, because you see them talking up on the phone?
Yeah.
So
And when we issue citations for that, that's what we're catching people doing, is actually on the phone driving through the school zone.
Not this.
Not this. It's driving on the phone. Now, you'll see that a lot of these cities that do implement these laws, there's 40 of them, obviously.
Over 40.
I think Amarillo was one that probably most recently, large city, most recently in probably the last 2 years implemented it. The citation numbers aren't what they thought they would be, because it is very difficult to enforce. I will say that when you look at, you can get on the internet and you can see so many statistics that say these are the amount of accidents have increased because of texting, and I'd be interested to know how they were able to prove that. You can prove driver inattention possibly, and I think that's what you said a moment ago, that the
25%.
25% is driver inattention, which could be putting makeup on, eating a hamburger, playing with the radio, doing whatever other than just texting. So we look at driver inattention as the big issue. Obviously, talking on the phone and texting is a part of that driver inattention. So we would do what we're required to do and try to enforce the law, but it would be difficult. So I want everybody to know up front that it's not going to be 1,000 citations in 1 month. That once we implement this, I want to say one of the larger cities in their first year wrote less than 100, and their population is close to 1 million. So it's difficult to enforce.
It's my understanding that Austin's law went into effect January 1 as well.
Austin was before it. San Antonio went in January 1.
January 1.
That's what that article on the second page is about.
Okay, Austin's not on your list, though.
It's on there. Yeah, Austin is.
Oh, there it is. I found
But you know,
It was
San Antonio had a
last year,
texting
I
ban
think,
for a
last
long
year.
time.
AUSTIN.
Yeah, I can't SEE.
In the way of finding those textures, it's there are some things coming down the pipeline. I'm sure you've seen that. There's some electronical advances that are coming down that probably within the next year or two, they have them now and they're testing them, but within the next year or two will be available for police departments to be able to tell if someone is texting when they go by them.
That's correct. The technology is coming. I just
Yes,
don't know
it
how
is.
expensive it's going to be, but it would basically it would allow the officer to know that there is a transmission leaving that vehicle.
That's right. Charlotte?
with the fear of a $1,000 fine or whatever the maximum is that we can charge, by the state laws, but with the fear of that and knowing that you could lose your driver's license or have that fine for texting or talking, with the handheld device, don't you think that that would restrict a lot of usage is in that area?
I do think the law would be a deterrent, especially for those that do abide by the law.
That's a lot.
How do we?
I'd stop for a fine. I would stop.
I'd pull over.
How do we
like
tell
fines.
How do we tell the people coming into San Angelo that we have that?
A lot of the large cities have signs. You go into San Antonio, you drive in, and when you're on I-10 coming in, it's, all over their electronic signs.
But every city, to answer that question also, has different ordinances, and there's not a sign up for every ordinance. It's your responsibility to know what the ordinances are.
But I've seen a lot of signs when you enter the city limits, right under the city limit sign, there is no hand-free usage, cell phone only.
There'll be a lot of things to take into consideration. Exemptions, who gets exempted from the ordinance, ambulances, fire trucks, police cars all have MDCs, computers in them that they work. Using the radio, those type of things, or those things will be things that'll need to be addressed in an ordinance if you create an ordinance.
And the last ordinance that was written was by San Antonio. I have a copy of that ordinance here, and so it kind of spells out, it does spell out all of those things that you just said, and allows them to still be able to do that. And when it says hands-free, it has to be either a Bluetooth device or something that's fastened inside the car.
Even CB radio. Would CB radio be included in this?
I don't think it doesn't say CB, it says radio of some sort.
I would think that any kind of usage of any kind
Handheld mobile communication device.
Communication equipment would fall under that category.
Unless you're part of a police, fire, EMS.
Public safety, something.
Okay. Does include that.
It talks about it.
So that would not be allowed.
Anything else you need to add?
Nothing else I need to add.
Mayor, that does
Like
include.
you're full of ideas.
That does include flip phones. Okay. Flip smartphones and flip phones.
Yeah, you got me now.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything
Thanks,
else?
Steve.
That's it.
Thank you.
Any other public comment on this item? Come on, Turner.
Yes, my name is Jim Turner. I agree with the chief that enforcement of this is going to be a problem, even with some of the technology that's actually already out there. It's not a matter of the technological fix, it's a matter of using this in such a way that it still complies with the spirit and letter of the laws and the Constitution. And they've been having problems with that in law enforcement, NSA, and all these other groups. They can basically tell exactly what's going on a telephone any place in the world. Second reason I'm up here is to address a suggestion Mr. Silva's made. You can't put this in front of the public because the city council cannot put a referendum on a ballot for the public. Right now, according to our charter, the only way to put a referendum on the ballot initiative is by a citizens group petition. We are going to be looking at the city charter here, and that's going to be something we can address, and it's something I had actually planned on looking at. But realistically, we're not going to get the charter ready until at least the November election. It's an awful lot of work to take and go through all the sections of the charter that need to, and you can only put the charter before the people every 2 years. So we need, and it hasn't been looked at for 7 years in any detail. There have been a couple other things that were on the charter and put before the public, but you haven't had a real charter review in 7 years. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and the election section, initiative, referendum, recall, all of that area really needs some major work, needs to be looked at, but it's not going to be ready until November. So if you want to have a referendum, you're either going to have a bunch of people put together a petition to do it, or you're going to have to wait until we get the charter fixed to where city council can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Turner. Jude, did you want to speak on this?
Jude Richard, Concho Valley Transit District. You know, I drive all around the state, and I see signs that say, slower traffic, keep right, and that doesn't work. So passing another ordinance to me goes, how are we going to enforce that? Federal law right now requires that all public transit agencies have communication devices. So what do we have in our buses? We have radios. They're not hands-free. Those radios do not come hands-free. You know, we have people that we're picking up Medicare patients, Medicaid patients, we're supporting ADA, we're supporting seniors in this town, and there's a lot of changes that happen in the course of a day that affect a driver, that the only opportunity for us to communicate is via cell phone. So we contact that driver, our dispatcher contacts the driver to make the changes because a doctor appointment has changed, or maybe a person needs to be picked up from dialysis, or their appointment was early, so they're done, they need to go home. Without that opportunity to be able to communicate, we're going to affect every individual in this city, not to mention everybody that comes out of the counties, because they bring everybody here to go to the doctor. So these exceptions that we're talking about, where we're saying, well, we're just going to leave the first responders and allow them to use their radios and allow them to use their cell phones, it affects more than just first responders. It's going to affect every citizen that uses public transportation in this city or to this city.
That's even more of a concern to me, as you're telling me that a bus driver, a heavier, larger vehicle, distracted using their cell phone, and shouldn't it be recommended that they pull over, regardless of the schedule, to use that cell phone instead of moving in traffic, since they are such a larger vehicle?
It is. We do recommend it. But there's times that our dispatcher, they may be between the person's doctor's office and the person's home that they need to contact. There's some people that need attendance. They need help to get in and out of their homes. So it affects. So my concern is if we create an ordinance here, and then the state comes and they create a law that affects the state, because I'm sure they're going to look at the federal laws and how the FTA and the DOT affects public transportation. I would assume that our lawyers at that point are going to take a look at these federal laws and make sure that everyone is adhered to. If we require people in this area, everyone, to use hands-free devices, Concho Valley Transit District is a not-for-profit organization. We don't have the budget to go and purchase ear devices for every one of our drivers.
Do y'all have a federal communications commission, do y'all use a certain band on the radio?
Yes, we do.
You do? You're
Yes, sir.
exempt. On this deal, the ordinance that was written and the one that I'm putting forward, that exempts them if you
So
have.
there's an exemption in there
Yes, it says,
that it allows
or
for
who
public
is licensed
transportation.
by the Federal Communications Commission while operating a radio frequency device other than a handheld mobile communications device.
Okay.
So like storm chasers, I think even go on certain frequencies also, and they could be exempt. So I think this is San Antonio's ordinance, and they had a lot of attorneys looking at this, and I think they went over it. They took a good while to do it. They also, when they voted on this as a city council for San Antonio, it was unanimous. And hardly ever do they vote on anything in that city that's unanimous.
Would it be possible, before this goes to a vote, for the transit district to have an opportunity to look at it?
I'm not going to ask for a vote today. What I'm doing is I'm bringing this forward, and I would like for us to talk about it, which we are doing. There's some good communication. I think that there'll be more talking about it once we hear what the general public. But everybody that comes to me and talks to me likes the idea of this. And it's not so much of the enforcing. I realize that they're not going to be able to enforce this. But what it is you can tell your kids, or I can tell my kids, this is against the law. And, 90% of the time they will follow that. 10% they won't. But now there's no law. There's no nothing. They can talk on the phone as much as they want as soon as they drive down the street. So it's just catching a few of them at least. And if it saves one person or it helps one person from being injured, it's worth it.
I can understand it, because it's annoying for me, because I'm one of those individuals, Chief, not that I go around speeding in town or anything, but I'm one of those individuals that when I'm going down the road, and somebody automatically picks up the phone and they drop down 10 miles below what they were doing, that drives me nuts.
Yes.
And those are the individuals that are out there possibly causing accidents.
Yeah.
I don't know the statistics on it and haven't done a study. But in what we do, I am just concerned that it doesn't affect us in the support that we give to our community.
I think on your radios, it would, if we were talking about the same, writing our ordinance similar to the way their ordinance is written, which I would think that we would try to model after it because they've put so much time and effort into it. If it were to go that far, I think that we would definitely cover those radio devices that have their own radio frequency.
Okay.
So it's not just emergency personnel, it incorporates a few others.
Right, and I can appreciate it, but what do I do in those areas where the radios don't work?
Pull over.
I have to refer to cell phones.
Well, first of all, you're in the city, so it should work in the city.
We have a fleet of over 69 vehicles, 12 counties that we have people coming into town, and not everywhere. We have to pay rent on repeaters, to try and reach some of those counties. And the radios don't reach everybody all the time.
We're not going to solve this today.
No,
This was just to begin a discussion.
Right, and I understand that, and that's why I'm trying to be a part of this
It's just
discussion.
a safety issue. Charlotte said it best, especially to you. I hope they are pulling over and they are talking, and they're not. I hope they're not even talking on the
Right.
radio while they're
But-
driving. That's very bad.
Right, but the operations manager and the supervisors are not on the bus.
I understand.
When those phone calls come through.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jude. Anybody else care to weigh in on this? It's been a good discussion, and I think probably, sadly, the time has come for this. What do you want to do? Direct staff to put something together and bring it back? What's your plan?
I would like to have staff put something together that's similar to the ordinance that was just passed in January in San Antonio. I've given them a copy of that, and I would like to do something that would be similar to that.
What's the consensus, council? You agree? Don, where you stand on this?
I think it's going to keep honest people honest, and
Yes, sir.
exactly like
Just
the
like
chief
Tim said.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm not that excited about it one way or another, to tell you the truth. Like I said, we had plenty of ordinances, I think.
Yeah. You can't do anything without breaking the law anymore, and we're just adding to it.
Is $200 the maximum that can be charged?
That's what San Antonio did. No, I think it can be much higher than that. Five?
Okay, that's
But
better
San
than
Antonio started it out at 200 is what they agreed to.
Elizabeth, you in favor of moving forward on this?
I think we need to have public discussion.
Okay. How about you, Johnny?
I think we're headed in that direction. I mean, I think if all these 40 cities are going there, it doesn't mean we have to do it just because they're doing it, but I think for the safety of all people, I think we at least need to move forward and at least talk about it.
Marty?
I'm not exactly real keen on it, but I'm okay with moving forward.
I think we got 4 people up here. It's a consensus that says move forward on it, so.
So are we going to talk about it? Are we going to have a meeting on just this?
We can actually bring this back as a draft ordinance for discussion.
Okay, let's do it that way.
I would suggest that we have a public meeting first, because learning from what a draft ordinance can set in motion when it is just a draft can be pretty ugly and pretty hard to pull back. Some of you may remember one that Mr. Salas was involved with. So can we just talk about it at another setting where we kind of gauge what the interest is before we try to put it in an ordinance? Because I think that scares people.
As long as Mr. Barterman doesn't make it a resolution.
No more resolution.
Please, no resolutions.
Lesson learned? Lesson learned?
No resolutions.
Are you talking about, Elizabeth, are you talking about like an evening type meeting
Yes.
or town hall meeting?
meeting on the subject.
Not everybody can, look how many people we lost between the beginning and the end of a meeting. People can't do this.
And when I came on, we had 2 or 3 evening meetings, and they were very well attended. I think it's time for us to have another one anyway.
Sound like a winner. Let's set it up as an evening meeting and have a public hearing. Let people talk to it.
You want this specifically just for the cell phone discussion, though? Just a special
No,
meeting?
we can put a couple items on it. I want us to be efficient on this thing.
Yeah, we don't need to stay till midnight, but by the same token, I don't think
An hour
we
ought to
need-
be enough.
Yeah.
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 Well, I may resolve then that we don't do that.
Throw Bell Street in there and maybe a dog park.
You have direction, Daniel?
I got it.
Okay. Let's move on now. Let's go back up. We've already done 14 and 15. Let's go to 16. Consideration to approve waiving permit and application fees associated with construction for a low-income housing tax credit, that's an LIHTC, project by the LDG Development to construct affordable housing apartments in San Angelo. Mr. Silas.
Mayor, Council, LDG Development is a low-income housing tax credit developer interested in applying for tax credits to build an 80-unit affordable housing apartment complex here in San Angelo. They are requesting that the city waive permit fees as part of the city support for the project. Fee waivers and other financial support really provide a lot of support and points for the project when they compete over the state, TDHCA, when they're rating and ranking these projects. I have Mr. Justin Hartz to give you a quick overview of the project.
Welcome, sir.
Mayor and Council, my name is Justin Hartz. I'm with LDG Development. I'm here to present Outlook at Valley View. It's an 80-unit affordable apartment complex. Give me 1 second. Oh, great. This picture right here is a project we built in Austin, Texas. It just kind of gives you an example of the facade that we will be providing to the San Angelo project. It's cementous stone siding with Texas stone facade around the breezeways. The site location is 13 acres. It's off of Valley View Drive. Kind of walk through the Texas stone facades on the 3-story residential buildings we'll be building. Quick little summary here. 80-unit apartment units will be located on 13 acres. That would actually provide you with 6 units per acre. We would have 8 1-bedrooms, 42 bedrooms, and 32 3-bedrooms. Our square footage would range from 850 square feet to 1,185 on the 3 bedrooms. Our rent range would range from $440 a month to $740 a month. The total investment, if we would be appraised at, would be $9.9 million per our calculations. Building specs will be 100% stone and cementitious exterior composition, 35-year dimensional roofing shingles, 15 shear air-conditioned units. All the units are built to fire standards with fire sprinklers. All the appliances are Energy Star rated. Covered patios and balconies on all units. And every single unit is also provided with a laundry and dryer hookup. But the tenants can actually rent the appliances from the property management company. Building standards, it's LEED certified. And also too, the community will be gated with a perimeter fence. Here's just an example of our 1-bedroom unit. We provide Wilson Art laminate floors in the common area, and then we do provide carpet in the bedrooms for more of a comfortable feel. Very similar 2-bedroom 3D layout. Going on to the 3-bedroom. 3 bedrooms do have 2 baths, which is also 2 on the 2 bedrooms. Here's just a little picture of an example of facade in our clubhouse. All the clubhouses we build, we do provide a computer lab for all the kids to use when they come home from school. We provide support services. Theater rooms are also provided in our communities. Additionally, with a porch at the back that would actually look onto a pool. Kind of gone through these already, some of them. Site location is very close to retail, transportation, schools, off of Valley View Drive. Amenities in the clubhouse, theater room, exercise room, health and wellness classes, computer lab, balconies, sitting area and gazebos. We also provide tot lot and children playgrounds. Gone through that. And also too, we do provide, if for say the community wants to use the clubhouse for a location for voting, we do also open that up for the community to use the community clubhouse.
For a town hall meeting.
Exactly. We do provide our complexes with gated community. Every single building does have a security camera on every single corner, so if we do have any kind of crime involvement activity, we can capture it on videotape. Ample lighting in our parking lots, and of course close to the local schools. Financing for the project. We will be applying for 9% tax credits from TDHCA, which is the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. We'll be requesting 9% tax credits, and then we will actually sell those to a private investor, which would be a market value of about $7.2 million. And then we'll partner up with the investment with a conventional loan at $2.5 million, and the project will pay city and county tax roll. That's just a quick presentation. I know this is a prelim presentation to you all. What we're requesting is a resolution support, and also to exempting the project from any type of building fees, permit fees, impact fees. Due to, since this project will be submitted to TDHA, we have to compete with Midland, Odessa, other projects in the community in Region 10. So if we can get a resolution support, that actually adds us 18 points for scoring, and if we can get any type of other exemption, that can actually give us up to 10 points. So the more points you can score, the better the project will do overall, and only one deal gets awarded in this region, so we have to compete with larger towns such as Midland and Odessa. So.
Thank you. Charlotte, this is in your area, isn't it?
Well, no, it's actually in
It's in Rodney's? Okay. Well, let's lead off with you.
Resolutions handled by Don?
I met with this group about a month ago or so and looked at the project. We were looking at 2 different sites over there. I'm all in favor for this thing. First of all, my district needs low-income housing of some sort. There's none over there now, and I think it would be a very positive, and especially looking at the plans and what they've done. How many states are y'all in now? 3 or 4?
We're currently in 13 states. We have 3,000 units in operation in the state of Texas.
Okay.
Everywhere from Sherman, Texas, up on the Oklahoma border, all the way down to Alvin, Texas, which is south of Houston.
My question is, you were asking for the fees to be waived, which the fees, it looks like a rough estimate was around $14,500 for the fees to be waived.
That's correct. I got that from the permits and inspection.
If we put this on the tax roll in the first year, wouldn't the taxes be more than $14,500? A good bit more?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
just kind of a common sense thing. I think it would be a good bit more than what it would be the very first year out. So I think this is I think this is a project that's very doable. What to get those extra 10 points? What can you do? What can the city do to get any extra points on that?
Some additional points for the local funding is the largest part of scoring. That's kind of subjective from us requesting funding. One way we could get some additional points is if you all had like a local housing finance corporation or a local political subdivision corporation, we can provide like a pass-through loan, which also qualifies for the project to get more points. Pass-through loans get very involved. We can kind of talk to our legal attorneys, and they can actually provide that to your all's city council.
I don't think we'd be interested in that.
I know. I know there used to be a Tom Green Housing Finance Corporation, which I think Steve Floyd, which is the county judge, is also involved with. And I talked to him, and he kind of wants to talk to me further, so that's a thing that we could look into.
Okay. Charlotte?
I was the instrumental party that spearheaded the Tom Green County Housing Finance Corporation back in the 80s, so I'm very familiar with the program there. But I do have 4 areas that I want us to consider. One of them is market saturation in our community. I think that when something like this comes to us, that we do need to have the statistics on market saturation for the exact number of affordable housing that is in the unit. We also need a market survey as to what the availability is out there right now in our community and the need for, before we can make such an endorsement. And then the other thing is the skin in the game. You know, you're asking for fees to be waived, and you're already, asking for TDCH money and lots of benefits and stuff there. And I see the city is continuing to give away their services, and I'm just really reining in on that. But the big thing is all other endorsements. I do know of 2 more properties that are applying for this go-around. One is for a 200-unit complex in the north part, out on North Bryant, and the other one is another 160 units out on the west side of Knickerbocker that I have gotten certified letters of in the mail that is coming to San Angelo. So that tells me that if I'm here to give this endorsement and it is viable and provable and a need for in our community, are we to not endorse or give approval for the others? I think that we should, because it's taking, government money, it's taxpayers' money, and everybody deserves the same endorsement, and it doesn't dilute the project, and then each person should be judged on their merits minus those city endorsements at the state level, and takes it out of our responsibility. That's where I'm standing on this, and would like to see clarification of this information beforehand.
Bob, are you familiar with other competing projects locally?
They have not come to me. This is the first project that has, so I'm not familiar with them. But like we did last year, we supported 2 projects.
Yeah, we did.
They competed, and neither got funded. But we can certainly do that. We can just, as they come in, we come to council for their support, and we just letter of endorsement for all of them and have them compete equally.
But Bob, did we hurt one of those projects last year by not picking one of the other? When they went for their points, did they lose points on that?
They didn't lose points. To the best of my knowledge, they did not lose points because we supported both. My understanding is that there would be potentially a negative response to balancing, supporting both of those, but I didn't get anything from that. So I don't think they did.
Okay.
And we didn't offer them any type of an incentive, those other two. They didn't ask for an incentive, did they?
They did. We actually had, which we don't have those funds anymore, but I think we had some COSA DC affordable housing money that we're going to use to support that.
What are the number of properties in the city now that take assisted HAP, Housing Assistance Program monies to assist people? How many programs in the city now?
We have two that the city supports through our programs. One is through home grants, and one is through the COSA DC funds.
But through private assistance, through PHA and others, there are several.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely, yeah. I thought I was talking about the city. Yeah, there's several. Yes.
Again, though, in that area where they're talking about over there, the rents were. You had that on the screen. Was it 500 to 700 or 400?
470, I think, to about
740.
740.
For a 3-bedroom? I mean,
that's
affordable. Huge for a family.
Has there been a community meeting in that area like there was before?
No, because we didn't know it was coming forward until just now. I met with them, but they didn't act. When the time I met with them, they were looking at more than one property.
Correct. And due to the other site we were looking at, we just couldn't put our land contract and control it. The price was astronomical, and it was just price per square foot. When you put in the financial model, you can make it work. And since we're going after 9% tax credits, we're not requesting any type of other subsidy. It's not subsidized. We take the 9% tax credit and then sell it off privately. So we're really not subsidizing any way except just lowering the rents on our apartment complex.
And again, within the first year, just by having this on our tax roll, we would more than make up the money of it.
Since this is a low rent, are the tax rates adjusted, or they pay the same as everybody else?
It's the same.
How does that work?
We get praised out usually by the net operating income and a cap rate by like a normal county assessor would. So that's how they calculate our.
So your taxes would be the same as the one right next door.
If you had a market rate apartment complex that was built by Greystar or something like that, we get priced the exact same way.
Okay.
And if you all have any kind of market questions, I'll go with my market analyst. Send you all a market summary, and we can map out all the affordable projects. And at the same time, we can also map in the government-assisted projects also.
I'd like to have you here.
Yes.
But the last couple of years, business has boomed in San Angelo, and we have not had to incentivize people to build here. And now that things are slowing down, I don't know that we need to incentivize anybody else to build here. It's kind of my problem.
But wouldn't you think that we really need more lower income housing now? Probably in the next 2 years, we might need it now than we've ever needed it before.
It's true, and then we may have a whole lot of hotels we could put low income in too.
Well, at last count, and I can't give you an up-to-date, but at the last surveyor count that I did, which was 5 years ago, on rental assistant housing in the city of San Angelo, there were over 26 properties that participated in low-income family housing. I just would like an up-to-date figure on the number of properties. I just think it's important.
And what is your deadline?
So the deadline, we submitted a pre-application on this, which means you submit it to the state. They just log all the pre-applications that are going to go forth in the 2015 round. February 27th, I have to submit a full application, which I have to submit a resolution support and also to a resolution that would state that I would be getting X amount of permit exemptions that would equal 14,000, or if I could get some type of pass-through loan, which is it's not a grant. Basically, we would use a conventional loan. We personally would lend it through the local HFC. They turn around and lend it back to us. I know it sounds crazy. It's kind of crazy. It's just for point scoring, but all that's submitted February 27th. So, and then by the time we would actually go through scoring, July 31st, we get awarded tax credits, and then it takes us about 4 months to actually sell those tax credits off and start construction. So we're talking by the time we complete the project, to be 18 months to 24 months, you would see anything actually in operation out there.
Can I ask another question?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you are being scored by the TDHCA, they're also looking at our market rental rates too.
Yes.
It's not simply your word that says that this is a needed project. I mean, isn't that part of the competition as to where the projects are needed most?
That's
in
correct.
what communities?
They do. They vet it. They score it separately. They have a whole staff that does that for each application. Verify.
And this site scores well too, because it's not in a poverty-stricken area or anything. It's actually in a higher income area where they're trying to push affordable. So really, the affordable tenants are actually your service working citizens that be working at like we have a project in Austin. A lot of them are temporary teachers, policemen, first-year firefighters. Really, your service industry is the people who we provide. So it's more workforce housing in your all's community.
I move that we accept the resolution as presented.
At this point, we don't have a resolution, sir. We have just what we're doing is getting buy-in from the council. I'll come back with a resolution with all the details to come to council for their approval.
And that's my, I would like more information because you're using housing tax credit, information. And should this go through and be approved and you build your project, you've used housing tax credit monies, 100% financing, you get all of your fees waived. Should we be market saturated for this thing and you don't rent out, you go belly up? I mean, what is your investment into the deal?
Well, our investment into the deal is one, it's fully recourse to us, to the company. So if it does belly flop up, we have to repay $9.9 million to our investors. Our investors are not small companies. We just closed a deal last week with JP Morgan Chase. Some other investors are Sherwin-Williams. They invested in one of our projects down in New Orleans that was close to $80 million. So we do have a lot of skin in the game. Additionally, we do bring in a third-party property management company, and then we do have one asset management director that all she does is manage the third-party property management company. We do actually own our own GC company, general contractor, so they build it. Based our team in the last 10 years, we've built around 6,700 units in 13 states. So,
have you had any go belly up?
No.
Okay, thank you.
If they did go belly up, we would not be here.
Right.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Bob, tell me again, what is the potential property tax revenue in something like this?
The tax revenue, or are you talking about the the waiver amount? Or
say it was all built. It's all in place. What is the potential tax revenue?
Off of 9.9 million, so we're talking about, what's the percentage of that? I'm not sure, I don't have to calculate that.
25,000 approximately.
There you go.
How much?
Approximately 25,000.
Right, and we're talking about waiving fees of 14,500.
That's correct.
So 25,000 a year.
A year.
It adds up fairly quickly.
I'm sorry, it could be higher than that.
I believe it's more like 75,000.
I think you're right. That's right.
Oh, well, that's even better. So having found that out, then I'll second Roddy's motion.
Well, like you said, I don't think we can do it.
I think what we're asking right now is to allow to direct staff to come back with a resolution.
Well, then
that's what we want to do at this point.
Yeah, I do want staff to come back with the resolution.
Okay.
I would like for them to come back with a resolution.
It doesn't take a vote then? It just
doesn't have to have a consensus?
Take a consensus, I believe.
Well, what is the consensus?
Well, the consideration is to approve waiving the permit and application fees.
Do you need that done today?
That's what it says.
Do you need that done today?
That's an action item.
Yeah, it is action.
I would like that, yes, and I can come back with a resolution that supports that.
Rodney has moved to approve it. Johnny has seconded.
Okay.
So, yeah, we will take
And I'm wording it, Brian. I move to approve that we waive the
fees.
The fees. Yes.
To get buy-in, so we can come back with a resolution for it.
Any further comment from council? Public comment on this item before we vote? We are authorizing them to bring a resolution back to us that will say all of this. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
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 Mayor, when this comes back, or Daniel, can we see the extension of Valley View just to see what the thoroughfare plan again looks like in this area?
Will do.
Because I could see this.
What was the vote on that? Was it 5-2?
5-2. 5-2. 5 in favor, 2 against.
Okay.
Charlotte and I. I just remember the last one we tried to put out there by Sam's, and I remember what we went through as a city and a council.
I'd like some public meetings.
Oh, my goodness, that was mean.
Real mean.
And we didn't incentivize them, that I remembered, and this is a $15,000 incentivized. I don't want to deal with those people again. They were mean, weren't they?
Yes, sir.
Let's move on. Yeah.
Dwayne, send them to me.
Oh, you don't.
Let's move on now to number 17, which is discussion and direction to staff regarding the implementation and the use of a venue tax and its potential application to City of San Angelo venue products. Rick and Sandra Villarreal.
Mayor, I'm going to leave right after this.
I am too.
We will try to make this.
I
got to leave at 3.
Talk fast, Rick.
In that case, somebody move to adjourn.
We will try and speed through this. Sandra has put most of this together, but in summary, I spoke with each of you about the potential of a venue tax. This is something we've discussed in the community. Each of you expressed a desire or an interest for us to at least explore it. So today, we're not looking for any action, but we are looking for your clear direction. In short, prior to this meeting, we visited with representatives from the hotelier groups, from the CVB, the Chamber, the Civic Events Board, from the Stock Show and Rodeo Association. And while all of them felt this is something that we certainly could look at, they did not necessarily feel this is something we need to press forward with for this coming May. It's something we should explore over the next year, put our facts together, and then come with a solution, maybe that even looks at exploring the use of some hot dollars for actually doing schematics of facilities if there are potential projects that we do want to pursue. So with that, we're going to give you all just sort of a summary of the facts of the project in a PowerPoint, just what a venue tax involves. And Sandra, why don't you just chime in wherever I missed something. But the first part is just sort of the legislative background, but that just basically states what the law is and that it allows you to proceed with venue projects. The permissible venue projects, it talks about what type of projects are available, from coliseums to convention centers, all of those kind of things. The only thing that is typically not permissible are things that are associated under a venue tax, specifically with construction of a park facility. Permissible related infrastructure projects, this just states that all of those things that would complement the venue, those infrastructure components that go along with it, are typically also expenses that qualify. In our case, we had talked about some identified projects. The things that have been mentioned are a variety of things. Those that have come to the surface most commonly are the convention center in regard to this facility not having an exhibit hall and not enough breakout rooms to accommodate conventions. The Coliseum, of course, from the need for additional seating. And then there's also been some discussion about if that is the facility we're going to stay in, then potentially it's just an entire new face look on that. As you know, we just put a new roof on the building, just finished that recently. The other one that's been talked about, of course, is restroom facilities at the sports complex. We have them on quads 1 and 3. There's been talk of trying to put them on 2 and 4, which would allow us to have additional events going on there and more use. Other things that have been mentioned, not on this list, are the river stage, things of that nature. I think that's about it on that one. It does go into the types. You can do a venue tax, and then there's also, it's added on to your HOT. In addition to your HOT tax, it's added on for your hotels. The other one is a short-term motor vehicle or a rental car tax you can put on as well. So going to the next slide, you'll see that in regard to the venue tax, you could add an additional 2%. Your overall tax on a hotel cannot exceed 17%. So San Angelo could add an additional 2% potentially. In order to do that, you have to have an election, so that would have to go onto the ballot for the citizens to vote. I think that covers it on that slide. I will say, in regard to that vote, those things are specific, and we may cover it later, but the ballot would actually have to say what the project was, where the revenue is going to come from. So not exact dollar amounts, but if you're going to take some from HOT, some from venue, some from general fund, it would have to list all of those. And you can't clump 3 projects together. They would have to vote on individual projects. Going on to the next slide, we wanted to give y'all just a quick example of what we currently could generate. At a 2% average hotel receipts over the past 5 years, so what Tina and her staff did for us was look at the past 5 years and came up with an average. So you see the average for the past 5 years would have been $649,945. So in this case, if you were to issue debt for 20 years, it shows what your yield would be. And then if you were to do 25 or 30. I will say in this case, in a venue tax situation, you cannot issue debt for more than 30 years. So that's your max. The next slide shows, they did a little more exploration on that and shows typically if you took that 649,945 as your starting base and you assumed an average growth rate of 4.48%, it shows you then what you could potentially generate. So they're just trying to give you some realistic figures of what you might be able to utilize. The other one we looked at was the short-term motor vehicle, which is the car rental. You can implement up to a 5% rental fee on that. And the next slide shows specifically what that could generate. With the same 5-year average, that would currently generate $78,770 a year. And then if you read farther down in the slide, they do the same projection with an average growth rate to give you an idea of what it could do. Last slide just pertains to what I talked about a while ago. But in summary, council would have to issue a resolution that they wanted to proceed with a venue tax. That would then have to go to the comptroller's office for them to review. They have 30 days to review that and then send it back to us. At that point, if it was approved, we could put it on the ballot for the citizens to vote on. You'd have to have the specific language. And once again, once the venue is paid off, then that venue tax goes away. It doesn't just stay on forever. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. We're not looking for any action, but we did want to report back on that and see if that is indeed something you would like us to explore more, then we'll do that. And we'll put the various groups together. I think it's going to be a more in-depth decision of exactly which projects, and then proceeding from there, exploring those projects in a little more detail conceptually and exactly what kind of costs we're looking at to see what sort of capacity you have to fund. You may not have enough capacity to fund a coliseum and a convention center, although after we do a little study, maybe you do, in the combining of venue and HOT. We're here to answer questions.
I suspect we've got public comment. Do we have public comment on this? Did y'all have something you wanted to? I see you back there, Michaela. And Pamela.
And Susanna.
And Susanna.
Okay, Michaela Brownfield.
And Jenny.
At this point, as just an individual hotelier, sit on the Civic Events Board. Not really taking a stand on it, but I think trying to get it on the May election would be very quick and wouldn't appear really well. I think a lot more study needs to be done on it before we really try to move forward on what we really want to do with it. Okay?
Thank you.
Pamela Miller, San Angelo Convention and Visitors Bureau. I just wanted to throw out there that one of the reasons that we're not ready to just jump on this immediately is because we've gone through about 2 years of getting screamed at for our hotel rates. And now we have a lot of hotel rooms coming. Our prices are going to come down. We feel like we're going to be able to be competitive again. Most of our closest competitors out there have a venue tax. So for us to start off with our prices coming down, being 2% less that's going to be a plus for us to help us get out there and be competitive again. We're the first ones to say we'd love to have a bigger, better convention center. We just don't feel that this immediately is the time to do it.
How did I know that's exactly what you were going to say? Thank you, Pamela. Any other public comment on this? And things have changed in the last year. Things have changed in the last couple of months, and it's not the same city that it was when oil was 100+ a barrel. So, Council, what you think about this?
Well, Rick, I've got a question. I like it from the standpoint of a use tax. There was some comments earlier about that hurting and the city, and I don't think it hurts the city. I think any kind of use tax is good because you pay to play that away, and you're not hurting the local people. I guess my question about the 5% gross or the over the last 5 years, those have been our best years. So,
actually, it took, and Tina can answer that. She did the calculations, but it, as I understand it, took some of our worst and some of our best.
It does.
So it actually combined both.
Okay. All right.
Is that a correct statement, Mike? Yeah.
Johnny?
I think they were trying to be pretty conservative as they looked at it.
Good.
Well, I want to use one of Don's famous taglines. I don't want to get the cart before the horse. But I think it's a good discussion. I think that we're headed in that direction. And it may not be the right time to do this. And I totally agree with what Pamela said on where we are as far as finishing out these hotels, rodeo coming. And I think it's not the right time. But, you know, in the near future, we are going to be certainly talking about it a little bit harder. So.
And that's my question for y'all, and I think I speak for them. They can correct me if not. But when I said at the first that this was something that staff wasn't recommending that we try to do for this May, but that we look at it over the next year.
Yeah.
So I would rather, if it is something that, and I think they agreed with that concept, if that is our concept that we agree with, then if y'all are okay with that, that's what we'll do. I don't want to come up, you know, screeching at the end trying to do something. So if y'all are at least interested, then we'll start the research, and then we'll bring that back to you at some time over the next year for a discussion.
Why can't we, if we want to go forward, if there's interest, why can't we consider it for November? Isn't that when you have you're thinking the charter election?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
No, what was that deer in the headlights look? I don't know. To me, it's either a good idea or not.
A lot of times and we can bring it whenever, a lot of times we couple these more community-minded elections with the May timeframe. That's when you're doing council members, that kind of stuff. So you seem to get a better turnout on the local component. But you can put it on any
Right.
one you so
November
fit.
tends to have a bigger draw because it's not simply a local election.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know strategy, but I can't imagine us making a decision now to say what we want to do in a year.
And I think a lot of it depends on what, if they select certain venues, and if we actually want to hire someone to assist us with schematics and those kind of things, then that can take a little more time. But, you know, it's y'all's call whether you want November or if you want to shoot for the May. But we can start working on it regardless and move it in that direction.
Well, I'm in favor of moving forward.
Right,
Okay.
pros and
How do you
cons
feel,
of the
John?
different projects. I think that's a good start, yeah.
How you feel, Charlotte?
I wanted it in 2009, and I'm
Mentioned it a
still
long
in
time
favor
ago.
of it today. It is just like Marty said, you know, you pay to use. And the city has suffered the usage and maintenance and stuff like that. In 2009, we didn't go forward, and here it is, 2015. We're in the same spot where we were.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt a thing to go forward and get all of our information and get to where we need to be, whether it be May or November, but we need to move forward.
man.
And I want to explain, when I stepped into the back for the viewing audience, heard everything that went on. Our speakers worked there, and I never left the back, so. I
How you
heard the
feel about it,
information.
Don?
I think it's fine to discuss it. I'm not sure, like they were saying, you know, now's the time to do it. But let's just kind of wait and see. And by the time we get all of our ducks in a row, we'll be 6 months down the line anyway.
You agree with that, Elizabeth?
Yes, sir.
Move on, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, where are we? We've already done. You gone, Johnny? Yes, sir. Well, there's 5 of us. Anybody else leaves, we're through.
I have to be somewhere at
We
No,
better
who's
get
These,
to
ne-
that.
these next two
I'm not
items go
gonna say
really
it.
quickly,
This
though.
is-
Discussion, possible action regarding a special meeting, City Council for strategic planning session, February 2/15. Mr. Valenzuela.
Hi, it's that time of the year again. The strategic planning workshop, I wanted to go ahead and get that set up. We're looking at the last week in February, which would be the 23rd through the 27th. You don't have to give me an answer today, but I would like it to have, at the very least, a full day from the city council members. And that's starting at 8 o'clock in the morning and ending at 5 o'clock. So again, that's the last week of February, from the 23rd to the 27th. I'll get with you and kind of get a date that would work for everyone. And I'd love to have everybody there. This only works if we have everybody there.
Not
Charlotte?
available on the 25th.
On the 25th, okay. And we'll coordinate that, so. But anyway, just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that this is coming up, and that'll be the last week in February.
Everybody comfortable?
Maybe not the 27th.
Yeah, not the 27th.
25th, 27th out of the way? Okay.
How about you, Marty? What's your schedule?
I'm looking at it.
Go.
Go what you
Okay.
need, boss.
That's it.
Discussion and possible action to provide direction to the Charter Review Committee.
Mayor, council members, we do have a meeting of the Charter Review Committee to be meeting on the 23rd at 3 o'clock. What I wanted to make sure that, Mr. Turner talked about this a little while ago. I'm not sure if exactly, specifically you'd like to look at every section of that charter, or there's specific sections that you would like to consider at this point. But I just want to make sure that we have good direction as we go into that first meeting next Friday, as far as what would you like for the Charter Review Committee to review.
I'll let Mr. Turner. As Turner's my appointee, I'll let Turner.
Well, as he mentioned, I mean, it's been quite a few years since.
Probably need to look at all of it.
Correct. So.
Yeah, we had requested when we set it up that it all be looked at, but especially that the committee be provided with the items that were on last charter review that went to the ballot, that went to the people, what it was on, what it won or lost by, and the percentages, that they need that information to start up and to
Correct.
move forward.
And they'll be provided that information before the meeting on next Friday.
Can you remind me something?
Sure.
Are the only members on the charter review those that are council appointed? It's
believe
just,
so.
it's
I
just.
believe so, yes,
It's just
uh-huh.
7 members.
Mhm.
When we were doing that, was there any interest in maybe having a slightly larger group, whether that be at large or 2? Was there any, I can't remember, discussion about what was the kind of optimum number?
I think 7's a good working number. We didn't discuss it.
I can't remember.
We didn't.
Yeah, the bigger it becomes, the more cumbersome, and it'll be a little more difficult to meet, so I think 7's a good number, really.
Personally, I think all we need is Turner, but.
I think he agrees with you, Dwayne. And those meetings, they're posted. How often are they meeting right now?
They'll actually, on the 23rd, that discussion will be had as far as how often they'll be meeting.
Okay,
No, this
so-
will be the first, this will be their initial meeting, so at that point,
Okay.
they'll discuss that.
I keep getting questions about the charter review, so thank you. I get it now.
Come on, you need to say something, Turner? And I guess if when they meet, if they decide they needed extra members or other expertise, they could ask for it, and we could come back and handle it.
Yeah, well, I was on the last Charter Review Committee, and we met monthly. We actually, one of the very first things we did was set up when we were going to be meeting monthly. All of them are open meetings. We want to have maximum public input because we're reviewing the city's, it's not our charter we're working on, it's the city's charter, so we want citizen input. And that was our approach last time, and that's going to carry on again this time as much as we can. I've already talked to a few of the other members. We will probably have some special sessions. We did last time reviewing specific things. We had a special session last time on the chief of police, for example, where we had a number of representatives there from the police department and the public to decide what we were going to put on the ballot and if we were going to put anything there. We're going to be very open to having meetings as needed. We're going to try to have at least once a month. We're going to be setting up the schedule at this first meeting, and we'd like to get some information on the city's website, have a city email address, et cetera, that we can get public input from, that type of thing. But a lot of that we're getting ready to do right now. We had a lot of information from the last, including city charters from other cities that we looked at. There's a couple model city charters we looked at last time. We still have that information. So it's never an easy process, but it shouldn't be a process that's also unmanageable, because we do have some people that have had experience doing this. Some of the people that worked with us last time are still on city staff. Mr. Dane was very instrumental in helping last time, for example, especially on the capital budget portion of it. So we're going to be looking at the entire charter. We already know some of the areas that need to be looked at. We know that the election section, we kind of got there and really just didn't have enough time to go into it, and not enough space really on the ballot. And a lot of it, we had a very full slate last time. We're going to have a very full slate this time, and we're looking at a goal of having it on the November ballot. And realistically, we can probably do that, but if it's not ready by November, we'll get it on there when it is ready. But we're going to make sure that we have the charter looked at, updated, cleaned up, and in the shape that it needs to be. And we definitely need input from everybody, city council and so on. 7 members is a nice manageable size. It worked last time, and that's kind of why we're doing it again this time. Because it was, we know that it worked. So any questions on what we plan on doing, I'm here, and I think a couple other people that are on the committee are actually here today. If you have any questions for me, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Turner. That all the direction you need, boss?
That's it.
Let's go to number 21, which is consideration of and possible action on matters discussed in executive closed session if needed. I know of nothing we need to discuss. There was no decisions made. It was just a discussion. Number 22 is consideration of approving various board nominations by council and designated council members. Zoning Board of Adjustment, SMD2, would be Hayden John to a second term, January 2017. Zoning Board of Adjustments, SMD3, David Nallen to a third term, January 2016. Zoning Board of Adjustment, SMD4, Ricardo Cartijo to a first term, January 2017.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we be told, or added on here, someone tell me now, which of these are alternate or member positions, please?
Mine and Marty's are alternates.
Yours and Marty's are alternate.
For the last.
Yeah, one day I'd like to know how we figure out who's the alternate.
And I think
You might wanna
Brian
wait.
sent that
It's
out.
kind of a
but
mystery.
They would, if you
Might
could
wanna wait
prepare
a
a
month.
memo or such that explains to the council members how those came about, there's some confusion about when one comes on, why are they an alternate or not? So how does that process work?
Well, that I
Absolutely.
understand
Friday
from
memo,
this
yeah.
last memo, but I don't carry a recording calculator as to which zone district here is member or alternate, and I
Yeah.
just would have liked to have seen it on there, just.
I move approval.
We can
Second.
include that in the future.
Any comments from the council? Move approval with a second. Comments from the public? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Nay. Put a 5-0 on that one. Announcements, consideration of future agenda items. Start with you, Elizabeth.
None.
Down?
None.
Charlotte?
Trash. I know that Shane's been working on a committee to discuss, to do a little better job in controlling trash, and I mentioned to Shane during our lunch break that the trash from HEB going west in the vacant lot by the churches there, it looks worse than it does at the dump on a windy day. We've got to do something about commercial
Can
dumpsters.
I comment on that? I noticed one day when it was extremely windy, trash blowing out of a commercial dumpster. And so, I know that's really hard to police, but it's amazing how much comes out when those are not properly managed in the commercial areas, and then it ends up on the vacant lot across the street, So I know you know that, but I think we need to make sure that our commercial businesses also have receptacles that are adequate for their waste stream.
But I would like to request that we move forward much faster on our committee to come up with some resolutions on that, whether it's locks on dumpsters or finding the businesses, whose trash it is. March is right around the corner, and I would like to ask for a quicker setup on that, please, Shane.
Did you hear that, Shane?
And I assume my chair lost all its stuff. I feel real low. I assume we're getting close to recycling.
I talked to Robert Sorrells. He says May we will be starting. March and April you start getting your new cans, and in May they plan on starting the system.
We were told it would be April. I've told all my constituents April.
Well, Robert Sorrells told me May last week.
Then I want a rebate.
We'll see when it happens. Do you want him to address it?
No, I'm with her. Just make sure it happens in April, and other than that, I'll move for adjournment.
I thought it was.
Did you hear that, Shane?
I got a second.
I got a second to adjourn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
This meeting's over.